Stand by just a moment here. Okay, getting connected.
I don't think so. Yeah, because you get.
I wouldn't say so. It's more of a. Yeah.
Try it again.
It replaced
Excuse me. Thanks for calling in. I know it's super late. What time is it there right now?
Oh, it's only 11. And I'm a
that's
bit
not
of a
bad.
night owl, so I'll manage it.
And you're in Scotland, right?
Mm-hmm.
So are you a native to Scotland? I'm unaware of your background. I know you're Lebanese by background, but I don't know. Did you move to Scotland, or were you born there?
No, my family's Lebanese. I was born in Scotland. My dad's side of the family is Lebanese. My mom's side is Scottish. So I've lived here almost all my life.
Oh,
lived in
okay.
the Emirates for a little while. Been to Lebanon a couple of times, but mostly Scottish. Yeah.
So the reason I wanted to talk to you is just because I've been talking a lot about Hassan and people like him and how I don't agree with their brand of like leftism.
Do you need
I
like,
myself
a
am a
glass
liberal
of
and a
water?
leftist. And I think in an effort to be more productive in this conversation, it'd be good to introduce people to somebody on the left that I do think is great and that I do think people could watch and enjoy and get some political analysis from. So that's kind of like the motivation for having you on. And yeah.
So you were looking for Hassan alter. It's a lot of pressure, but okay.
No, it's a full-on Hassan alternative. You are tapping in and coming into the ring. No, I just think you have a good perspective. I mean, where do you come from? You're definitely a left-leaning guy, but I feel like on certain topics where people go super far left, you have a more like nuanced and thoughtful take.
What is left?
Yeah, so I've been pretty much on the left since I started caring about politics, barring like a small, like 14 playing World of Warcraft and listening to crazy like right-wingers online. That was maybe my one phase, but it lasted like a few months. And then after that, I've basically always been on the left. Was definitely a lot more farther left when I was younger. And then I think since I started making content about 4 years ago, kind of two things happened at once. One was I noticed that what I understood to be like the 21st century version of like a socialist or a democratic socialist was very different to what a lot of other people online saw as socialism. I kind of thought the whole USSR simping and anti-democracy and liberal values was just a thing of the past. But that happened. So I kind of realized that there was this whole tanky authoritarian sphere that I didn't identify with at all. And then I also realized that
Oh my God, mute Ethan.
after doing more and more reading into particular topics, because I was actually creating rather than just watching other creators, I realized that I didn't always align with exactly the same conclusions. So I think the first example was Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
What I would normally do in my 20s was I would just, if I wanted to know something, I'd see there's an issue, and I'd say, okay, what's the left-wing commentators saying about that? And I would tend to just go with that and trust it. But when Ukraine happened, I decided that, well, I'm a creator now. I should probably just dive into this myself and see where it gets me. And I realized fairly quickly, after reading more and more about that conflict and the history and what was going on now, that I didn't align with the far left position on it at all, really. That all this talk about we're going to hand-wring about the Azov battalion, like a group of like 1,000 or 2,000 people at most, some of whom
The
were
so-called
Nazis. And
Nazis, yeah.
I love that, like, far left is just like Russian dick sucking. Loner box, wait, is Ethan cool? What is that supposed to mean?
Yeah. And this is why we have to like
Stop.
this. And
Fucking mute his mic.
that's the level of purity testing that we're going to do to let a country of like tens of millions of people not get the arms that they need to defend themselves. I thought that was kind of ridiculous. Or conspiracy theories about a US-backed coup in 2014 in the Euromaidan. So I very quickly realized that there was this whole pile of things that I didn't really identify with coming from voices that I trusted. And then from then on, I've come across that maybe a bit more often. Still lean pretty far left compared to the average person, at least in the UK or America. Like I definitely align with social democratic policies. I like workplace democracy. I think governments should support more of that. But yeah, definitely a little bit different from what I understood the left to be online. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of went through the same thing that people saw here is that I didn't really understand what, like, I thought socialist, when I heard that, I didn't really think like, oh, communism, like Marxism. I thought like social democracy, like Bernie Sanders. But when I started talking about like communism with Hassan, and then right afterwards, October 7th happened, I started to like realize that this, like, in my opinion, this like left wing, like tanky adjacent shit was so fucking nasty, and I felt like I had to get away from it. Like it was just scared me. Like what the fuck? It's crazy.
Well, I've been watching it from a distance, you know. Like I think there have been definitely a few periods where I've just became like an H3 Hassan whatever React channel because it's
Yeah.
It never shows me my fucking chat on Restream for some reason. It works for Jack, but not me. It just doesn't like me. But like, I think to be a coup, it needs to be like an institution like the military or something like that. A revolution, I think, is a little different.
I think like because I tend to like to go into deep dives about certain topics, but then I also realize that watching other channels talk about things like that and hearing disagreements is like a good way to springboard to get those conversations going. But yeah, and it's difficult to assess proportionally because in the real world, people who lean that far left to a point where you've got like authoritarians and tankies
Yeah.
and Hamas supporters, it's like there's not that much of that outside.
Right.
But I guess because they don't have that much political power, they have invested a lot of effort into.
They also gave Ethan the face mic. Like if he had like a desk mounted mic, he at least could turn away when he's coughing nonstop.
Getting a very strong presence on social media and also bleeding into normie spaces as well, which is a little bit more bothersome because they might not get the votes, but like that's where an increasing number of people are getting their information from.
Right.
More young people get their information from the internet, and that's going to keep on going up and up. It's not going away, and obviously that's the space I operate in. So kind of have to address it, and even if it feels a bit disproportionate at times.
So when I hear you talk about like Israel, Palestine, or Ukraine, I feel like you have like a really deep understanding of things. I'm curious what your research or like academic background is on this stuff.
I have no academic. So I got a degree in sociology, and then that was in about 2012, 13. And then
Sociology's not
I
real.
completely ditched it and just spent the rest of the decade doing music, like music production, teaching, performance. And then I always had a kind of like secondary interest in politics. Like I would read a lot, or I would just watch podcasts or listen to commentators. And then eventually, after creating, I started reading more. So most of it is just like, if I ever look like I'm really well learned in a particular issue, it's usually when I was making video essays or streaming, it's usually just because I spent the week before reading as much as I could about it. So it's all just like one thing at a time, you know?
One video you made recently that really like resonated with me is you were talking about like how left-wing anti-Semitism is manifesting right now, which is obviously something that I've been talking about and caring a lot about. I find it's really hard to explain it because there's so many levels and there's so many different like ways to obfuscate.
You probably would be better at explaining it if you didn't get your talking points directly from Destiny's subreddit.
And I think a lot of people who are behaving in anti-Semitic ways don't necessarily even think that they are. And you explained it in a way that really I thought was good. And I was wondering if you, kind of what your take is on the whole left-wing anti-Semitism. Like, where's it coming from? How's it manifest?
Yeah, I mean, I hope I remember what I said because that honestly to me is just one of the most difficult questions to navigate because people don't talk about anti-Semitism all that much. a lot of even Western countries that have very good education systems and where every other year in high school or even primary school, they ask you about, like, they teach you about the Holocaust and World War II and all that. But even then, there's so much that gets buried. Like,
the school system is just completely unaware of like how stupid the space is and like how often these things come up. They think that it doesn't exist, so they never fucking dive into it.
In the UK, for example, like no one knows that the British basically purged the Jews like 2 or 3 times across the last 1,500 years. We learn all about the Scottish versus the English in Bannockburn, but we don't learn that Edward I, the Hammer of the Scots, the guy who fought with the Scots, he was also the Hammer of the Jews. He borrowed a bunch of money from Jews and then didn't want to pay them back because he had fought the war with the Scots. So he just deported them all. He just purged them, and they weren't allowed back until like 500 years later. So, but that's just something that never gets brought up. And then even to this day, the UK still has a fairly low Jewish population. Scotland even lower. When it comes to left-wing anti-Semitism, it's like it's really hard to navigate because I don't think the majority of people who appear to be doing anti-Semitic things, who are on the left, are doing it out of any conscious dislike of Jews. Like none at all. I think that it doesn't, in a right winger, it's obvious. Right wingers don't trust Jews. Like right wing anti Semites think Jews control the world, run the banks, have a secret plan to destroy the world. But for left wingers, it's a lot more opaque. And I think their issue is more that they arrive at anti Semitic conclusions and anti Semitic sentiments completely by accident. So, okay, I'm trying to think of how to explain this in a quick way, but the way I think it works, and I'm still kind of mulling this over time. I think since the Cold War ended, I think a lot of like revolutionary communists or tankies or whatever ended up kind of lost. They didn't really have a story anymore because the big bastion of anti-capitalism was gone, right? So once that was done, I think people felt like they were in a position where, okay, well, we're
So like for the longest time now, since I got this chair from my mom after she retired, I kept saying like, I wish I could lock the back, you know, because like I can't put any pressure on the chair without it reclining. And turns out on the left side, there's a lever that does lock the chair, and it's been there the whole time. And it was like so dusty when I went to fucking lock it in. Like, you know, like the dust was almost like physical goop at that point. You know, when shit gets so dusty, it starts getting like goopy and sticky. Like it has never been touched, and it's been there the whole time.
not going to get global communism anytime soon. Like the great superpower war is done. But what we can
We're conflating left wing with tanky right now. Again, this is why I can continually have been advocating to stop using the term left wing. And like I still use it, but only when I'm doing an extreme generalization. Like when I talk about how Cerberus in Mass Effect feels more left wing than right wing. It's just like a vibes thing.
support is anything that kind of threatens the global capitalist order. I think like in Chairman Mao's little red book, I think he literally says anything that.
And like another thing about that is like the whole left right conflating it to be about the economic thing because of the political compass. Like, you know, I don't hear fucking Cerberus quoting Marx, but I'd like to hear somebody like try to say that they're right-wing nationalist when it doesn't feel like that at all. It feels left-wing nationalist.
That is good for the enemy is bad for us, and anything that's bad for the enemy is good for us. which seems really irrational, but it's not that irrational by their own logic, because you ever heard like sort of like communists say things like, oh, every time there was an attempted revolution around the world, it was squashed by the West.
Every
right?
time, yeah.
Containment, yeah. And to an extent that did happen. Like that was US policy, was containment, stop it spreading at all costs. So it makes sense to think that if the only way that communism is going to have a chance to
Define third position.
flourishing again is if the global capitalist order is like pushed out of the way. So anything that undermines that gives a bit of space for alternatives. And this has been kind of like part of their doctrine for the last 100 years. Even in Weimar Germany, like the German Communist Party, their number one enemy was not the Nazis. It was the Social Democrats. They called the Social Democrats social fascists. They basically, at certain points, actually aligned with Nazis on particular
See, Restream is still only showing me some of the comments. It's so annoying.
issues to try and get the Social Democrats dislodged from power. When it happened when the Nazis took over in 1933, the party line from the Communist Party backed by the Soviets was that, like, basically this is good. This is good that the illusion of liberal democracy and social democracy is out of the way. And this Nazi thing is just a kind of blip. And then after that, the workers are going to rise to class consciousness and we'll have a revolution, like a Soviet Germany.
So
they maintained that line up until the mid-30s when they were getting killed. Right.
Right. So how does that lead into anti-Semitism, where they're like, it's basically an anti-Western philosophy?
Well, now that you're far left, and if you're far left and you don't really have much of a story after the Cold War, then Israel-Palestine as a far leftist kind of gives you everything you want in a story, right? It gives you oppressors and oppressed. It gives you European settlers versus non-white natives. It gives you East versus West. It doesn't give you capitalism versus communism, but it does give you the great capitalist powers versus something else. So it's a big focal point for a lot of things that leftists care a lot about. And when you can, and for a lot of very complicated reasons, people get fairly disproportionately obsessed with that particular issue. And if the goal...
Okay, I'm going to try and relink the Twitch. Hopefully it won't, like, turn it off. Maybe there's nothing I can do while it's live. Fucking annoying.
Goal is, like, if we see that Israel and America are kind of like representatives of the global capitalist Western order, then sometimes people who don't really have that much else to support in the world in terms of communism or anti-Westernism is they'll find themselves eventually accidentally falling into supporting groups that oppose Israel, even if they are some of the most rabid anti-Semites in the world, like the IRGC or the Houthis or Hezbollah. And I think that's more or less what happens. I think they hate Israel because Israel is backed by the West, and if that means tolerating the anti-Semitism of Houthis, Hezbollah, etc., that's kind of just worth it. And if it also means occasionally repeating their propaganda points or whitewashing their anti-Semitism, then so be it.
That makes sense, because like when I look at these people on the left, like I know that they're not like they're not racist and hateful people, but it's so hard to like explain it because, like you said, it's almost incidental. It's like accidental. And yeah, I think the way you said that makes a lot of sense. That the other thing I've noticed about these like ultra lefty guys that kind of trips me out is how much they hate liberals. Like they hate liberals more than anybody. Like they think liberals are fascists and essentially no better than like fringe right-wing, radical elements in the government. And I always thought that was so crazy because I love liberal democracy. I think it's fucking awesome. You know what I mean? And when I hear these people talk, it seems like the personal freedoms that we enjoy, religion, even the freedom to have control what happens in your own workspace, right? Or speech, press, all this stuff is stuff that they don't necessarily even believe in. In fact, a lot of that stuff is probably something that would need to go under state control for the communist takeover to work. Seems like.
Yeah, it's hard to always get into their heads because I can say that I used to enable a lot of, like I used to attract a very authoritarian, like far left community, but I never really went that far myself, even back in the day. So it's like, I think in a sense there is an internal logic to it in a way because again like liberal democracy is what or social democracy essentially is what saved capitalism, right? Like that's what they'll say about Roosevelt or about the New Deal or the welfare state in Europe or the beverage. But like the idea of those things is that they allowed capitalism to survive and to basically gain the consent of the people. And although you could argue that well if it also results in raised living standards or anything else, then that could give people the breathing space to start thinking about alternatives for society. I guess they just don't really, they don't really buy that. That part of it I find a little bit harder to explain because, again, it's like it's always people who enjoy all the benefits of liberal democracy, right? Like you couldn't be. There is no version. There is no Chinese version of Hassan, right? They can't exist because you couldn't say like. You could, I don't know what the Chinese equivalent of America deserved 9/11 would be, but if you said something like that to the Chinese, or like they deserve maybe like one of the Uyghur bombings or something, like you'd find yourself in jail long before you get the chance to escape in your like sports car.
I'm trying to talk to a fucking AI robot to fix my chat, and it's like he's being like, it's under this tab, and I'm like, where the fuck is that tab?
Car or whatever, right? You'd be So
there's an
that part,
like,
I have a really
irony
difficult time.
I've noticed too, like people like Hassan who, or I mean, not him specifically, but it's like it feels like sometimes like this disease that festers inside, and it uses like its own structure to defeat it, and because of liberal values, it's hard for the society to even make the distinction of like. How do we disallow this? Because, like, we're all about the freedoms, and they're exploiting the freedoms to undermine the society we live in. And it seems somewhat like a paradox that I'm not really sure where that ends up.
I mean, that's always been one of the strengths of like a liberal democracy, though, or especially social democracy, is that it is good at hosting its own critics more so than any other or like a regime. Right. And I think for the most part, that's probably okay. I guess we are entering into a new phase where social media and disinformation and post-truth and everything is really hard to control. And the fact that like, but unfortunately, I think that side of things is probably getting a lot more weaponized right now by the American right? Like with Elon Musk buying Twitter and then using it to amplify things that he likes and to purge things that he doesn't like, and doing it with Russian money, like doing like the fact that it's like all these conspiracy theories that you would normally hear right wingers make about the Democrats, for example.
Dude, yeah, that trips me out. Elon is literally like straight up George Soros. Like everything they thought George Soros was, he's like, that's who I am. Here I am. I'm fucking doing everything we said he was doing, and everyone's like, yeah, that's awesome. We love Elon.
And they're proud of it as well, right? They're like there was that clip, wasn't there, when they were saying, "Oh, who is the right wing George Soros?" And Elon Musk is just like, "Yeah, that's me."
Oh, yeah,
and then they clapped. I thought we didn't like it when people did that. Yeah,
it's kind of mind bending. Yeah. Going back to like the Middle East, one thing that drives me crazy is the admiration that you see from Western leftists for organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah. And another comparison that I always see that I feel like is not very fair, and maybe you can tell me if you agree, is the comparison to like Nelson Mandela and the ANC when they go like, oh yeah, well, Hamas flew in and killed a bunch of civilians, but that's what Nelson Mandela did too. And now they used to be called terrorists, but now they're actually freedom fighters that we love. It seems like not an honest comparison.
It's interesting how people who accuse everyone else of being Orientalist are so quick to generalize oppressed people from very different circumstances who did very different things and basically made very different decisions. If you're comparing Mandela to Hamas or Mandela to Hezbollah because they're both labeled terrorists by some people, I'm sorry, saying that, oh, well, Mandela was labeled a terrorist. Well, okay, ISIS were labeled terrorists. So would you say that? Like we'd say, oh, ISIS were labeled terrorists. Well, so was Mandela. So big deal. Well, no, some people can be incorrectly labeled terrorists and some people can be correctly labeled terrorists. Mandela, in his own words, was completely against what people would mostly describe as terrorism. When he was actually arrested for the first time, when he was on trial, I think in the mid 60s, after the ANC had resorted to a level of violence, now what type of violence matters, he explained his position very clearly. He said, well, we tried to go on strike. They made it illegal. We had our party, the ANC, they banned it. So we had, even though striking was illegal, we held protests anyway.
Wow.
We held protests that we weren't allowed
Fucking worthless AI chat support.
to do, just to see what would happen or to see if we could like make a good impression. And peaceful protesters were massacred at like Sharpeville. So they decided that they had to pursue something else. They had to go underground. But even then, in his own words, they chose between different kinds of resistance, different kinds of violence. You could go for a revolution, you could pursue terrorism, you could do guerrilla warfare, you could target soldiers. But the option that Mandela chose was what he called sabotage. It was to attack government infrastructure like power plants or to interfere with the railways or the telephone communications or to pull down pylons, because the whole idea was that the goal was to make this system, the apartheid system of South Africa, ungovernable. It is not sustainable. And because the black people were the majority in South Africa, the large majority, if we do this, then you are going to be forced to concede because otherwise the state's going to collapse. And he specifically said that he chose to do that because sabotage did not involve loss of life. His exact words. He also said that it offered the best hope for future race relations because bitterness would be kept to a minimum. These are his exact words.
One of his things that he said that I feel like is always overlooked is that I know that he wanted to avoid violence as much as possible because he knew it would make reunification like difficult or impossible, and that's like there's like a empathy there, or like not even an empathy, but like just pragmatic perspective where it makes sense. Where I feel like people just give Hamas and Hezbollah a blank check to just fucking, kill.
Well, like what Ace and I say is like because of groups like Al Qaeda and ISIS, the word terrorist is now becoming like kind of worthless because like when you say terrorism and terrorist, there's a certain thing that comes to people's minds, and it's not like industrial sabotage
And mayhem as civilians, and it's just all in the name of resistance. Like there's just never there's no criticism for them because they're the oppressed.
I mean, you can kill babies and call it resistance. Like it doesn't. You have to actually. If you're ever gonna, I don't like it when people say, "Oh, I oppose all political violence," because the world is a pretty nasty place, and there are some times when the only way that people can defend themselves or liberate themselves or achieve their rights is through violence. That's happened in history with colonialism or with apartheid or anything else. But just explain how it'll help. Just say, how will this act lead from A to B? Mandela was able to do that. I think he persuaded people very well on that. And when things did go overboard.
Remind me to look at the Nigerian witch stuff. I stumbled across it the other day, and I had never heard of it before. So it was really fascinating shit.
When the ANC militants would occasionally, either by accident or because some people just went rogue, when they did kill civilians, they sometimes took a bit longer than others, but they effectively disowned it. They didn't like that. Or people might think necklacing. Do you know what necklacing is?
I forget the exact description.
It's when you take a tire, because for some reason in South Africa, there are lots of tires lying around. I don't know why.
Yep.
They would take a tire and put it around someone's chest and shoulders. They would soak it in gasoline and then set them on fire. This was seen as like an ANC practice. But even that, most of the time that happened, it was used on other Black people who were suspected of being informants. And although Mandela's wife, Winnie, supported it and spoke openly about it, the ANC hierarchy, the leaders, they actually reprimanded her for it. They distanced themselves from it because they knew it looked horrible and it didn't really achieve anything. It was just like violence for its own sake. It didn't really help anyone. So if you're going to talk about resistance, it's like, no, you don't get a magic word to just say, oh, well, that's resistance and therefore it's fine. Just explain how this will help. How did October 7th help Palestinians? How does...
Okay, so necklacing. He was like, do you know what that means? And Ethan was like, oh, I don't remember. But like, you should assume that the entire audience doesn't know what that is. So you should say, so like necklacing, which is the practice of using a tire to, engage in an immolation, around the neck and blah, 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 what you said.
Does suicide bombing help them? How does Hezbollah firing rockets that you can't aim into an area of northern...
Yeah, here's a comment I can show because it showed up. Because like even the IRA killed people, but like it was like the child casualties that made them realize that like we cannot like do this practice. It's not a way forward because they killed children multiple times. And like when you kill the other side's children, they get really mad. It doesn't like push you towards victory or anything like that. It seems Sinwar was more concerned with destroying Israel to free Palestine rather than free... I don't know enough about Sinwar. I know the contacts that I had inside the organization that I assume are dead now, that I really haven't heard from since like October. Obviously not this October. But like I remember like a lot of early Hamas being a little bit more pragmatic and being realistic about destroying Israel. And like a lot of the people that I've talked to in the organization, they may have had anti-Semitic views and stuff, but a lot of them ultimately had the position that Hamas is the only outlet. Like there is no other organization that they could realistically join to further their goal. So they just say like, I have to trust that the leaders of Hamas know what they're doing. Like, there's nothing that I can really do in my position.
Israel that's full of mixed communities. How does that help anyone? How did...
Poor persecuted Jonah? Wait, who persecuted Jonah? I'll have nothing.
Is boarding a ship that's going from Turkey to India that's full of people from Asia and Ukraine and kidnapping them for a year. We still don't know where they are, by the way. How does that help Palestinians? Well, the fact is it doesn't, but you call it resistance and you make a propaganda video with music and people like it. Yeah, it's stupid.
I know what they
You
would
wanna
say
see a
is that
Houthi
it brought
music
awareness.
video?
Like before October 7th.
That Houthi music video thing is like, I think it's so funny. Like Hassan being like that detached from reality. Like he really is like in his own parasocial relationship, with his chat.
People were not thinking about Gaza and not caring about Gaza. But after October 7th, now it became like this global movement and dialogue about it.
That's great. 40,000 Palestinians at least, by the way, it's probably more, much more, have died. But tell their relatives who survived and are walking around the rubble that you've got global attention. Israel Palestine has an insane amount of attention from the international community. They've got the last thing that they need is more attention, right? What they need is something that will actually work or that will actually lead them to get their rights. So even October 7th, like if October 7th had happened in the West,
I honestly think like they thought having those hostages would have like led to negotiations for those hostages to be released. Like I don't think they really had it in the cards that nobody would care about the hostages. Yeah, what he's saying is that like the international attention doesn't actually help them. Like people being aware of the conflict doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fucking crazy that like you wouldn't care about your own hostages.
West Bank, honestly, okay, I'm exaggerating,
You
but
think it's too early to tell? I'm saying by now I think there would have been something. I think that was the whole goal, was to force negotiation for the hostages. And like Israel has like continually shown that they don't care. Cuz like to them it's like, "Oh, what's a few more dead Israeli when we can just wipe out everything and continue with the justification to wipe them out."
I don't think I would care as much. I don't think I
wouldn't
would be
either.
like,
No, dude.
Yeah.
Can I
So-
interrupt for a sec before we move on from
No.
Mandela? It was my understanding that initially Mandela was adaptive of the Gandhi philosophy of nonviolence, but he saw it wasn't getting anywhere with him, and then ultimately he felt that violent resistance was the only way to combat the apartheid. Am I?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but it depends on what kind of violence, right? They did resolve to violence, but their violence was damaging, destroying government infrastructure. Occasionally, people did die, but that wasn't their policy. They weren't trying to kill people. They were trying to disrupt the system and make it like an impossible system to maintain. I think between the 70s and the 80s, I think 70s.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think they really thought that one out. But I also don't know what's going on upstairs with Sinwar when he did the attack. And I also, as I've said before, I think Israel had been planning to do stuff with Hezbollah. Like, that's why they're pushing all their stuff up to the north. And like, the real question is like, how much foresight did they have on October 7th? You know, because like I've heard things that like they had reports, but they thought it was ridiculous, so they didn't put any attention to it. I don't know if there's any sourcing backing that up.
Before, I think only 71 people died in MK operations. The goal wasn't to kill people. The goal was to frustrate the apartheid system. So obviously, yeah,
71
violence is a broad term.
You said 71 people died in what? In what time frame?
Between 76 to 84, in about 8 years
That's,
of
wow,
confrontations.
Yeah, I mean that really puts it in perspective, in my opinion. Whenever people make that comparison, it's like, well,
yeah, it's like the equivalent of saying like, if we're talking about violence for the Palestinians, there'd obviously be a difference between armed militants in the West Bank destroying an outpost, right? Or even if like a settler tries to go up and set up an outpost, like the idea of like a Palestinian armed militant going up to the.
Well, I think like legitimately, like the main goal was to get hostages and be able to use them as bargaining chips, because they had done it before. Like, how did Yahya Sinwar get out? Didn't they negotiate his release with a hostage?
Them with a gun and saying, no, fuck off. Like, go back to your own country, okay? Like, that's because that's the only way they can enforce that. I'm like, okay, yeah, good, do it. Yeah, that I'd completely support that kind of behavior, but that's not what Hamas does. Hamas went into Israel proper and killed whoever, right? So
I totally agree. On the West Bank, like these people are, when you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are like, I mean, more or less valid military targets, in my opinion, right? But in Israel proper, as you describe it, what would you say?
Well,
Because I think a
Loner
lot
Box Al, I didn't hear what he said because the AI was messaging me and I was telling it to fuck off.
of these activists would say, well, actually, Israel's all stolen land. So what's the difference between the West Bank and like around Gaza, the kibbutzim around Gaza?
for to hear Americans say that, like, okay, so you would actually be fine if a Native American decided, okay, it's time, we're taking it back. We won't actually take it back. We know we won't take it back, but what we could do is we can just kill as many Americans as possible before the army comes in. Like, okay, if you consent to that, and then it doesn't make any sense. Like the idea of Israel being stolen, like, that's where you get into a bit of a difficult territory there. When it comes to Israel being stolen land, that when people talk about colonialism and Zionism, and maybe like,
Yeah, I heard they get into the whole one state, two state thing. So we'll see.
farther left people don't really see eye to eye with me on this at all. I think when people try to make these comparisons, I don't think it's very helpful to compare Israel, like Israeli colonialism, which I think is real. I don't think it's worth comparing it to something like to Algeria under France or British-run Kenya, because the difference is that a colony is like a place that is controlled by a mother state that that has the colony there on.
No, not that one. Right here. Okay. The land belongs to the people who work it, Emilio Zapata. Or no, it's not Emilio. What's his name? Why am I blanking on Zapata's first name?
On its behalf, with the goal of plundering the land and exploiting the locals. That's the goal, right?
Emiliano Zapata.
Jewish people, in large part, didn't go to historic Palestine because they wanted to like enslave locals and plunder the land. What is there to plunder in Israel Palestine? They went there because they felt like they had gone through 2,000 years of persecution in Europe.
Yeah, it's like, the whole like pilgrim thing, the pilgrim narrative that happens in America. Like a lot of people came because they were fleeing stuff, and even a lot of the Western settlements. I just watched Bone Tomahawk for the first time finally. I'd been wanting to watch it for a while, but it was like it's on Netflix right now, I want to say. Maybe YouTube for free. So I finally watched Bone Tomahawk. I'd been wanting to watch it for a while. But it's very interesting because the one guy in there is like racist as fuck. And then this other guy, like we were saying, his wife was probably like a different race than him who died. Like it's kind of implied that he's like very built up against racism more than other people would be. And they do this whole thing, like they do a whole Manifest Destiny line. And I was like, because I say so much that Manifest Destiny was like broadly opposed in America. It was like a fringe idea. And if you look at the MAGA movement, like they may have fringe ideas, but they're so loud that it becomes like what is seen as a prominent idea. Like people actually think because people didn't go out to vote, because for most people, there's not a crisis like COVID and shit. So because these people didn't go out to vote, people think that suddenly the country moved right and agrees with Trump and all this shit. Like, that's unrealistic to the reality of the situation. And also, this idea of like stealing land and settling, the big issue there is that like there's settlements happening now. They're stealing land now. They're doing it to plunder the resources now. And we've seen this, like especially with like olives, right? They'll destroy olive infrastructure for Palestinians in the West Bank and all this shit. So maybe if you're like, you know, we have Thanksgiving coming up, you know, the pilgrims, like they did technically steal the land, but the natives at the time had sympathy for them. You know, that's why they sent people to help them plant crops and shit. They didn't necessarily like them. And that's like, if you look at the actual story of Thanksgiving, it's very clear that like there was tension between the groups. But at the end of the day, everyone saw each other as human beings. And dehumanization is when you get into really, really bad shit. And that's why you'll see a lot of the most genocidal fucks saying shit like savages and stuff like that. But anyway, Bone Tomahawk, very interesting movie. It's like woke but racist at the same time.
The Middle East was a bit better, but not great. And they decided that the only way that we can actually ensure some level of safety for the Jews is to have our own state, where we exist as a majority, where we can't be persecuted by another majority. And most Jews disagreed in Europe. They thought that if we become more integrated, if we get rid of a lot of our obvious Jewishness, we'll be a bit more safe and we'll just become like regular Germans or French people. They were wrong. The Jews in Germany who watched the Nazis come to power and had all their property taken away from them, some of them killed, some of them put into camps, they were more integrated at that point than they'd ever been. That was a very well-integrated German Jewish community, and they were murdered for it. So I think if there had been no anti-Semitism in Europe and the Middle East in the 19th century, Zionism would have been a really stupid idea. It would have been a complete, like, there'd have been no reason for it. It would have been completely unjustified. That's my opinion. But
I mean, I talk about this too, that like the early form of Zionism is much different than like how we view it today. And like how they were all Trotskyists, or not Trotskyists, Bolsheviks.
because that wasn't the case, and because you're dealing here with people who don't have anywhere else to go, who don't know anywhere else, who are not going back to Poland or Brooklyn or Iraq or Libya or Yemen, well, they're there to stay. And the way I see it now with Israel-Palestine is, although the foundation of Israel was built on, I'd say, at very least problematic terms, pretty unethical actions, sometimes downright atrocities like the 48
Yeah,
War.
agrarian socialists. And let's not forget who the most famous agrarian socialist is. Am I right? Yeah, and I think that's his point, though. Like, a lot of Jews before the Holocaust saw it as like, if we integrate, it'll be fine. No, not Mao. I was gonna say Pol Pot.
Those people are not going anywhere. There are two national groups who live in that area, and we know that they don't really want to share power. They don't want to share a country. So at that point, you need to say that, well, you can't just reverse histories to some ideal point. There's to some Goldilocks zone in a particular year. You have to deal with what we're given now. And what we're given now is two national groups in this land. I think the most logical thing to go from there is to separate them. One person gets their country, the others get theirs. Maybe one day they'll decide that they want to coexist in a binational state or whatever Western leftists like to talk about when they're drinking coffee. But that's not today. Palestinians need a state now. I think that's what makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I agree with the sentiment of Palestinians need a state now. But I think the idea that I have stated a few times about autonomy, not worrying about Gaza, and just allow Palestinians to elect their own representatives to Israeli Congress.
part of my issue with this whole conversation is like, even
Jesus, Loner Box is obnoxious. It's so funny because like he doesn't bother me, but like I see everyone else fucking hates him, and I'm just like, I don't get it.
saying like, oh, I'm in favor of a two-state, like I feel like to Hassan and his community is like genocidal. Like that makes you a Zionist, right? And again, not even from like a nationalistic Zionistic perspective, just from a pragmatic point of view, to look at that situation and say, I think we can like lift the blockade and let everybody in Gaza and the West Bank have free reign to go into Israel and
Like to act like this is like an overnight thing. Like the priority should first be stopping settlements, you know? And like the one state solution isn't seen like they take a referendum overnight or something like that. The one state solution is just realistically looking at the situation as it is on the ground now and taking measures that go towards that. He said I'm drinking coffee. I take that as an insult. I mean, the thing is that I have to brew the coffee, and like I already don't have energy. That's the whole thing. These whole like coffee snobs, and they're like, you know, they're like leveling out the grains and making sure they're like stirred to be like ultra fine and stuck together. Like, motherfucker, I need the energy to be able to do that. What are we doing? Yeah, and like, look at South Africa. Like, has equality been achieved? No. Look at America. Has equality been achieved? No. I mean, America is like kicking a lot of ass in that regard to many. Why is my mic so quiet suddenly? I can't win, guys. I'm going to just double it. Okay. Now it's going to fuck up. I grow the beans in my ass. Yeah, like if the coffees like were cheap, like sometimes I'll buy the energy powder, but like I can get the monsters on food stamps and I just open them and there's energy in there. I really don't care about anything with flavor, anything like that. Like, just give me the caffeine. This is a stick up. Anyway, the idea that Palestinians need a state now, they have a state. Like, they need a fucking civil rights bill. They need radical change in Congress, which is why one of the things I say, and I try to say it because it sounds more extreme, when I say Israel needs to be destroyed. And by that I mean like the state and the government needs to be destroyed. Like, it needs to be completely reconstructed because it doesn't work. It's been a failed state as far as government is concerned for like at least half a decade. No favorite flavor? The one that's sugar free. You know? I don't care. I would get Red Bull, but it's more expensive.
basically just, fully integrated from one day, just lights are on, the borders are gone, full integration. Pragmatically,
I mean, there's a border with Gaza, but there is no border with West Bank. If there was a border, there would be no settlements. The thing is that there's a border one way. The other side can just walk in and take what they want.
that seems like a total disaster. I mean, that would be like, all the governing bodies in those areas are pretty much dedicated to violence against the Israelis, and it would just, I think it'd be crazy, right? I mean, it would be fucking mad to do that. Seems to me.
Well, even with apartheid, like the way apartheid ended in South Africa was because
Northern Ireland is in the process of taking down the wall. And in that process, a lot of really younger people who feel a little bit more radical have had responses to it. It has stoked a little bit of violence among the younger people. But like people who are actually in the troubles and stuff, I imagine they slap the fuck out of those kids. Like, the war ended in Ireland a long time ago, and the wall is just now coming down. We need to work towards that. How can we improve rights for Palestinians today? We can do it by allowing them to elect representatives, by giving them an equal vote.
at the end of the day, both groups were eventually persuaded into it. Obviously, the ANC, Mandela, offered that. He said that they wanted white people to have a future in South Africa. They considered race relations going ahead. Desmond Tutu, the Rainbow Nation, it was supposed to be. And the white population were eventually persuaded into it as well, which is why I think just before apartheid ended, there was a referendum. And the white people were asked, do you want to keep negotiating with the ANC or not? And they mostly voted yes. So you can't just like dissolve the border and just expect everything else, all else equal, to stay the same. Like at that point, you're just turning a war into a civil war. So,
Right.
And I think this bears out in the polling as well. It's like,
What do you mean by this?
there was a poll very recently that asked Israelis and Palestinians the question: do you think the other side wants to get rid of you, either to kill you or?
So like the big issue with the two-state solution is Israel and the Likud party, right? So because this two-state solution has always been on the table as the thing that has to happen and the practical solution, it's been their goal to fight against the process towards a two-state solution. And because they fought against the process of a two-state solution for so long, it has now become the de facto easier way to go towards a one-state. It is not an overnight thing. And even if it is a two-state solution, again, Northern Ireland is fine. People don't even recognize the border. That Brexit brought up a lot of issues because there was no border. Nobody gave a shit about it. It was like state borders here. It doesn't matter what state you're in. It mattered if you wanted to move because there's citizenship, but like, because it was all EU anyway, it didn't fucking matter.
Kick you out of the land. And I think 90% of both groups said yes. I think it was like
lock those GDR folks back up. The experiment has failed. What is the GDR? Is that like the far right? Because I know the far right is in the like what used to be the communist stronghold.
Slightly more Israelis than Palestinians, but it's about 90% each. Yeah, there's a lot of distrust between these two groups. So the idea that, and I think even if you look at polling on the one state for two people versus two states, or there was one poll that actually also inserted a third option, which was one state, but an unequal state without equal rights. And the order of preference for both groups was two states first, then one state that's unequal and undemocratic, and then the last option was one state for two people.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, I find that that's the ironic part is like all these people who are talking about one state's the only solution. Um, it's funny because the people who live there, none of them want one state. None of them. The Palestinians and the Israelis, nobody there wants one state. It's like because
yeah,
they
generally
understand
not,
that it's not a viable option. It's like a non-starter of a conversation. It just seems like magical thinking.
yeah. I mean, I don't think it necessarily has to be that way forever. But again, Palestinians they need a state now. They don't need to wait 20 years before people start to absorb the same like multicultural opinions that we have in the West, right?
So how do you make a Palestinian state with like the way that the government is now, how they're like constantly absorbing land from the West Bank and kind of just looking the other way, or in some cases just greenlighting settlers to steal what is essentially Palestinian land?
That's a pretty big question. I think the international community and the support for Palestinians should be pointed a lot more in that direction. I think there were efforts not even that long ago that involved like boycotting of products that came from the settlements. I think it was like it eventually, not too long ago, led to European companies just refusing to stock any produce that came from settlements. And it resulted in expansion at least slowing down in some areas. And people said that, yeah, this is actually hurting our enterprise. So obviously, more of that is a good thing. I think government, I think it was a really good thing that Biden started putting sanctions on settlers and particular, I think even maybe one or two settlements themselves, like the outposts. I think that kind of pressure is a really good thing. And I think I really wish that a lot of the activism was maybe pointed more in that direction, because to me, it's a much more black and white thing. I don't think anyone can defend settlers. I went to Israel and Palestine in the summer and interviewed people from both groups. The most frustrating conversations I ever had there was not with Palestinians who sympathized with resistance or anything like that. The frustrating conversations came from settlers, because
Yeah, no shit.
on the one hand, they would do this thing where they would say, yeah, we're here because Israel's a small country and we need to expand our frontiers so it's harder for people to attack us, right? Like if we weren't here, the terrorists would be closer to Tel Aviv, right? It's a small country and all that kind of thing. But they'd also talk about how this is historic Jewish land. This is Joseph's tomb and Rachel's and the tomb of the patriarchs. And I would try to ask this question where I would say like, okay, if the security issue was not a problem, would you give up this land for peace? And they wouldn't answer, like, they would kind of skirt around the question. And I felt like such an idiot. I tried like 3 times to rephrase this question because I thought they just weren't understanding what I was trying to say. And they just still wouldn't answer. And it's because, yeah, those people they're expansionists. They just want territory. They don't care about the security. It's just something that is easier to sell to the rest of the world. So I think there's a lot that needs to change with regards to policy from Israel's allies. And I think settlements is a really big thing. I don't think it's the end of the world in terms of 2 states. I don't think land swapping was really the big issue in the peace process. I think the issues were more fundamental than that. But there are still, people, Israeli leftists, who don't have any support behind the scenes talking about ways that you can fix the maps up to make this work. And yeah, I just think there needs to be a lot more pressure in that direction. And I think same with Palestinian leadership as well. I think if Palestinian resistance was about frustrating the settler enterprise compared to what Hamas is doing, I think that would be a much more amazing thing.
That's a good point. Well, are they doing anything to the settlers? Is that even like a focal point for like Hamas?
Sometimes, so there are lots of confrontations. The problem is that they tend to go for settlers, and at least in part because they can't get to Israel. I think in was it August? I think it was August this year, the end of the month. There was an IDF raid into Jenin, like a big Hamas stronghold in the West Bank, and
Bro just said the Lion's Den is a Hamas stronghold.
so stupid how these narratives get kind of like spun in the West. But I think the IDF went in there and they crossed quite a few lines. They bulldozed the roads, and they they caused quite a bit of destruction.
There's Janine, the other one. Janine's like the 19 something something brigade. I mean, both of them get their weapons from Hamas. Like, they're allied to Hamas, but who else is going to sell them fucking weapons? But they're not like Hamas, including the Janine people. I think they're like... Let me check. The Janine brigades. Okay. They are part of Palestinian Islamic Jihad. So, bro, you highlight over suicide attack and at 9/11's you. The PIJ is an offshoot of Muslim Brotherhood, while Hamas is still Muslim Brotherhood. I believe. Okay, it says Hamas is also split from Muslim Brotherhood, but that's disputed.
But I don't think anyone. I watched a bunch of left wing channels talking about this, and Al Jazeera and the rest of it. I don't think a single one of them mentioned that. I think 11 people died in the first day of those raids. And I don't think a single outlet mentioned that every single one of those people who died was claimed by Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and the Al Aqsa Martyrs Brigades, like fighters, every single one of them on their own websites. And they even said that what they were doing was they were building explosives to use either on settler communities or on Israelis, because it happened just like a week after or 2 weeks after a botched suiciding attempt by Hamas and Islamic Jihad. They tried one in Tel Aviv and it failed. So, yeah, again, that's always been an issue. I think is like I don't really know if there's ever been like an armed resistance sort of agreement on the Palestinian side to kind of like focus on particular targets rather than others. It seems to be like they'll go for Israelis in Israel proper. They'll go for settlements that are right on the border.
Well, they mostly seem to attack the checkpoints, like the IDF at the checkpoints.
That are probably never going to go back, or they'll go for outposters, which I think are a lot more justified. But yeah, I don't think there's ever been like a really focused
So if you're
attack
living,
on one group. Yeah.
I'm kind of curious what your opinion is. If you're living in Gaza and you were born there, and obviously we all know that the conditions even before the war were pretty tough there, like 50% unemployment, like tons of poverty, and no freedom of movement. So like, I guess what I think a lot of people say, well, if they can't go and fucking start blowing up shit in Israel, what can they do?
It's kind of like, I don't even know what an analogy is, but it's like if you're suffering, I don't think you're not going to gain more from blowing up things in Israel, are you? Like, you don't really gain anything from that. You actually lose quite a lot, because look at Gaza now. There was a Hamas leader actually alongside Sheikh Yassin, the founder, in the early 2000s. And there was a really interesting quote from him where he basically said, let's be frank, we're not going to destroy Israel. The practical solution would be for us to have a state alongside Israel. And when we build a Palestinian state, we will not need militias. The needs for attack will stop and things will change into a civil life. There is this very small fringe of Palestinian...
You're talking about the guy he's quoting?
advocates, including they've existed in Hamas as well, where they think that one thing that Palestinians don't lack, at least before October 7th.
Okay, loaner box break. Check this out. Stop honking at me, BG. We're looking at a different chinchilla.
was international humanitarian aid. They are one of the largest, if not the largest, recipients per head of humanitarian aid in the world. And in Palestinian groups, there's always these leaders who basically no one knows about or no one likes. Is that they have this argument that they should use that aid and use whatever resources they have to build up themselves as much as they can, so that if we can't force Israel or Netanyahu or Sharon to negotiate with us, what we can do is build a de facto state reality on the ground that will eventually kind of, in the same way that Israel did, just be like, yeah, we're here and we're not moving. And maybe if we develop ourselves up, we can engage in trade and we can push for things like that. But obviously, if your resort to Israel is to just fire at civilians with rockets that can't aim, or to go across the border and kidnap people, or go across the border and murder people, well, it's like
you didn't even think about that, did you? They're fun.
Going to get.
That's why, you know, what's the like first explosive you build with your kid? A rocket. Am I right?
You're going to get blockaded. You're going to get them coming to you and blowing up your military installation.
Loner box. They deserve it, is what he thinks.
And attacking your soldiers. And unfortunately, if those soldiers are near civilians, civilians die as well. So
do you think that happens on both sides?
Yes,
Do you think that happens from the IDF as well?
Who do you hate? Do you hate Ethan as well?
Do I think
where civilians innocent civilians get killed?
In what sense from the idea? Like,
because I'm hearing you talk about it a lot on from Hamas coming into Israel and doing that, but I'm not hearing the other way. I was just curious.
Oh, what, like the IDF killing Palestinian civilians?
Yeah.
Yeah, the IDF is like in some ways, like the IDF is
So the thing is like, Ethan laid on this shit so much, and then right after the election ended, he basically was like, okay, I'm basically done doing this whole like fight unless it's like really relevant. And I was like, why were you so focused on getting people deplatformed before the election? And he even did this whole stream where he like, it's Hassan's fault that Kamala lost, and tried to show evidence. And like, even he started to see that the evidence held no merit, and he like abandoned it, but still didn't change his position on it. Which leads me to think, like, I don't know how much cognitive dissonance is involved here. Like, I don't know, like, if he was trying to convince himself on that day. You know, he didn't even, like, check in advance if these, like, Destiny subreddit things were even, like, valid. I don't know. I just wish he would, stop.
They are, I guess, professional state army, but they're also they're the last people you would want to be running around Gaza looking for soldiers. Okay, because even if Hamas does fight in a very cowardly way, like they hide in civilian buildings and under civilian buildings, they dress up as civilians. The IDF is an army full of like 19, 20, 21-year-olds, right? These are like, you know, like bedwetters. Okay, these are people who are scared, they're jumpy, they're hateful, because obviously the Israeli youth is quite right-wing. They're very angry about October 7th. And unfortunately, the IDF doesn't really have a very good system of accountability, right? I think the longest I've ever seen an IDF soldier getting jail time for murdering a Palestinian, I think it was like 3 years, maybe 4. And that's since the founding of Israel. So obviously, people who are on the ground who, you know, maybe want to take a bit of revenge and all that, might just, you know, take a bit of liberties and just kill some people who they know don't need to be killed, are not soldiers. So yeah, that's
what scares me about this conflict overall. And I'm not coming at you. I don't know your content. This is the first I've heard of you. But I'm just saying overall, as this movement, at least from the Palestinian side, I think we should be able to talk about it more. I agree with Ethan that people are too reactionary sometimes, and that we need to have realistic standards as a starting point. But from the Palestinian point, like I've never heard, at least to my knowledge, I don't know shit about politics, but I've never heard of another movement who can't have a slogan. So my whole life, I'm Lebanese, I'm Muslim. I've always heard "River to the Sea." I've never understood it as a phrase that meant eliminate Israel. Now, when I heard that people take it that way, when I heard from Jewish people that they take it that way, I respect that. And if they think that, then I don't want to say it. But then the next thing is, okay, we can't have a slogan. Now, and again, I'm not talking about Ethan specifically. I'm just talking about my views overall.
No, it's good.
Now we're
By
not.
the way, this is a good conversation.
Yeah. So we're not able to have a slogan.
We didn't need to hear that from you, Ethan. What I'm sensing here is AB has been holding a lot of this shit back because his employment depends on him shutting up and agreeing with Ethan. And now that there's somebody that he can actually argue against, he's feeling more open to do it. And it's like an indirect way of arguing with Ethan.
Now we're not able to identify the enemy because now I'm being told that Zionist is being associated with Jewish. And of course, people can use Zionist and call people Zionists where it's not true. But I don't think it's fair to say that, calling people Zionists just as a flat line is anti-Semitic. That's me personally.
You're saying using a slogan is anti-Semitic.
We can't have a slogan. We can't identify the enemy, and now we can't give aid. That's another thing too. You can't give aid because
yeah, I think he is sort of talking because Ethan can't handle it if it's directed at him. So AB's directing it at Loner Box instead. Like, I think Hassan has a great point when he talks about how like a majority of Zionists aren't Jewish, which is just true.
This fear that Hamas is going to take the aid. And either way, both sides don't agree on anything. Everyone has their own talking points, but we can all agree, at least for the most part, on the numbers. And that's what worries me, is because this is happening. I don't know what the proportional response is. I condemn Hamas, but whatever it is, it's not this.
Can I ask you, do you speak Arabic?
A little bit.
Okay,
My
I
wife
don't.
does.
You know what the Arabic version is of River to the Sea, right?
No, but I do know.
من الماء للماء فلسطين عربية. It means from water to water. Palestine is Arab. That's what it comes from originally, right? So it's like, I can see why, if you're Israeli, hearing that probably does sound like, okay, maybe this land is not for me. Maybe these people do want me gone. So I can see that. At the end of the day, I don't know. I don't think slogans are necessarily like the big
it got a rhyme, right?
issue. When I was in the West
Change
Bank,
it
the
depending
kids
on the
coming up
language.
to us and trying to jump in front of the camera, they said "Free Palestine." It's like, okay, and you're looking around, like, okay, there's a checkpoint there that's all black because of the Molotov cocktails. There's people who are stuck at a checkpoint for like over an hour because people are being searched very, very carefully by the IDF. There are kids who have to go through a checkpoint out of school to get home. I'm like, yeah, this is pretty bad. Yeah, Free Palestine. Yeah, fuck this. This is awful. So yeah, I don't know. I think as far as slogans go and optics, I think Palestinians are pretty good at that, actually, aren't they? They're actually quite good at wooing the rest of the world in terms of like looking good or being sympathetic, right? Because they have their situation is something that people should be sympathetic with. On the other end,
I
think,
don't mean
like,
so much the oppressed overseas. I mean the people here who are trying to defend them. Like, there's this feeling of like, no matter what we say, we're gonna get cornered and be called anti-Semitic or something along those lines. Whatever it is, to be a terrorist sympathizer. Any of the,
You feel like you don't, there's not a lot of freedom for somebody to just
and
criticize Israel.
Yes, and let
without
me be
being
clear.
accused.
That nothing to do with Ethan or Elo.
Dude,
Ethan has
good.
always encouraged me to say whatever I want. I'm very thankful for that. We had a full conversation in Vegas in which he said you could talk to me as your friend, and I truly appreciate that. So this is not a reflection of you, Ethan.
I don't take it that way at all.
Yeah.
This is good. This is my problem, is that like having a conversation, even like remotely, like with any friction in it at all, or like this is a civil conversation we're having. is like beyond
Uh-huh.
the pale. It's become beyond the pale. It's like untenable, and it's just I'm fucking over that shit. But I'm appreciative of what you're saying. I'm definitely hearing what you're saying, man.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, please, yeah.
So obviously violent resistance is like not the the optimal option. But when people are not being given aid and they're being
She's had this sign that said, "I'm not done decorating," for like ever.
killed, how do you propose peaceful resistance when they don't have resources to do anything at all right now?
I'm guessing you're talking pre-October 7th. Is that right?
No, I'm talking post October 7th.
Oh, for people in Gaza.
What do people propose is done right now? Because it's been a year. Like how can resistance be shown, or like what else can people do to get this? Because you were saying like people talk about it a lot, like the play is talked about enough, but like when is it not talked about enough to when like all of these people are still dying? Like when is enough?
I don't think people should stop talking about it. I guess it's just when you're saying what kind of peaceful resistance, are you talking about people in the West, or are you talking about people in West Bank or Gaza? I'm not sure the question was.
She's saying that what other option? Well, it's going to happen basically, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Yeah.
Like how do we
Obviously
move forward?
it shouldn't.
It shouldn't happen. We don't condone of it, but what?
And especially if you want to send aid there and people are scared that the aid will go to Hamas, which is I understand obviously like there is a threat there. But if you fear that it'll be going to the terrorists, what do you do to supply aid to the innocent civilians who have been dying and are dying?
As far as I know, with international law at least, like if you're the occupying power, you have to make sure that aid can get in. I think the American government, I don't know if you know, recently there was like a measure that was taken in October for 2 weeks where Israel basically, the IDF, I think without getting approval from Central Command, basically decided that they were going to surround the north of Gaza. And to do that operation, they weren't going to let anything in. Okay. So they did that for about 2 weeks. And then I think that was when Kamala Harris came out and said, okay, you've got 30 days to fix this. Otherwise, we're going to reconsider selling arms to Israel. We're going to reconsider our position on aid. And that's a pretty unprecedented thing for America to do. America doesn't talk about reconsidering arms to Israel very often.
Yeah,
and then
and
on the
they
very
didn't.
next day, KOGAT, the Israeli aid distributor agency, basically posted a bunch of videos saying, look, there's a bunch of trucks going into North Gaza. We got a bunch of trucks going in. So I think getting government pressure to Israel actually does go a long way. I think it actually did get them to reverse. And although I think the final verdict from America was that Israel still could have been doing better, that they had at least they stopped what would be the equivalent of like a medieval siege, because that's what it was for those 2 weeks in October. So I think the problem is like, I think people are just very disproportionate with the ways that they make complaints. And then when you get disproportionate and when you exaggerate or when you throw in false things, then you don't really know where the solutions are. So for the last like year or so, when people have been saying there's an inevitable famine, you know, and like a famine is like you've got thousands of people dying of starvation like every other week. And obviously that didn't happen. But it means that people kind of like skip over what the actual issue is, because what should have been happening, I think, and what I think could have happened more from America was more pressure on Israel to actually facilitate the movement of aid throughout Gaza, because the big problem is that, like aid agencies don't really want to go to certain areas because they're too dangerous. Sometimes places will be so lacking in aid that when they do send a convoy in, it gets rushed and then people get shot. So it's like, I think that's probably, it's like when you assess it proportionately, I think you can come to answers a lot more easily.
I think your question is more like people in Gaza, right, who have no access, they have no means, they can't, I mean, they're basically just like totally fucked, right, in every conceivable way. You're wondering, like, how do they resist?
Yeah, and how does this whole new generation of children like not become
With
Future terrorists, I'll say
extreme
for
yeah,
you.
sorry.
Yeah.
like
Yeah, that's
that.
I
It
get
feels
you.
like
Okay.
sadly inevitable. Like all of these people, their entire existence will now be based on the
He's
fact that their
just
like friends and
reverse
family
Hassan.
have been.
Well, I think that's why Ethan was saying like, "Hey, you're gonna be the replacement Hassan." Like that's how the conversation started.
Massacred and their
Yeah.
homes.
And according to the political bias chart, I think Alex Jones is reverse Hassan.
Yeah, sorry, I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, like how do
Yeah,
you
that's
stop that?
that's a really hard question. So I think the only thing I think is like maybe 5 or 6 months ago, maybe a bit less. I think American intelligence agencies were basically in agreement that Israel has achieved almost everything they can militarily by now. Like the only thing they can do left is like they go to an area, they take out the Hamas guys, and then they leave, and then Hamas tries to regroup, but they're regrouping with less resources. There's more buildings destroyed, so Israel goes in again, and it's like a diminishing return, and they're just going to weaken and weaken and weaken until there's just nothing left. But I think the only thing that can really happen for Gaza is, and this has been floated around since the summer, is that there needs to just be like a certain, like starting with one area at a time, of taking a zone that the IDF has been able to clear Hamas out of and to just find whatever agency or any body in the world that isn't Israel, that isn't Hamas, can come in there and start to rebuild. And obviously Netanyahu, because he's a piece of shit, is obviously not really interested in pursuing that option by now. But I think that's really the only thing that can happen. Like, there's no future in Gaza with Hamas. There's no future with Hamas, because if they stay, they're going to do the same thing again. They're going to rearm, they're going to rebuild, and they're going to try attack Israel again, and then Israel will respond, and then you'll get the same situation again, and more people die, and more people get radicalized. Like, yeah, they're a very self-perpetuating organization. And there's also not really, I think, anything happening with this current Israeli government. They either need to get kicked out by the locals, or they need to have a lot of pressure on them from the rest of the world. And I think with Trump coming in, that's not very likely, but I think that's what should happen. Whether we get there, I don't know.
Do you think that Bibi is like a war criminal?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's quite clear. In the beginning, do you know Bob Woodward, the guy who wrote that book, the journalist who wrote that book about behind the scenes conversations
Yeah.
between politicians? Yeah. He there was one bit in there where on October 7th, until about the end of the month, there was a complete shutdown of aid going into Gaza. And the argument I heard at the time, because when I was in Israel, I met a couple of Israeli propagandists, like government propagandists, and they said that, like, oh, that only happened because there were a bunch of breaches in the border, some crossings were damaged, and you had to rebuild that to make sure and organize passage with the aid organizations so that we could actually make things function properly. But it turns out that behind the scenes, they had solved that problem, but Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, mostly Netanyahu, were insistent on keeping the border blocked, which is a war crime. Like, it doesn't matter if you're not obligated to give them anything yourself. Like, if you're an occupier, you're not obligated to be the one that buys the food and brings it there, but you are obligated 100% to allow aid to pass through there. You have to do that. And if you deny that, which it seems like Netanyahu did knowingly, and complained to Biden for pushing back against it, that's a war crime. That's a pretty grave war crime. Yeah.
It's such a shame that the government in Israel right now is so fucked, and not just even Netanyahu, but like the whole coalition is just so fucked. It's just so fucked. Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't really help that he's somehow managed to push his approval ratings up again because of the military successes against Hezbollah and
I noticed
killing
that too.
Sinwar.
I noticed like people in Israel were like mega anti Netanyahu, and after it was specifically after the pager attack, I feel like that the public was like, okay, maybe we can keep the war going with Bibi.
Let's
or
hear him
something. I
out.
don't know.
He's genocidal. But
Yeah,
let's hear
it's
him
just
out.
that I think with the Israelis, obviously there was a time when they were a lot more open to peace, like in the 90s and the 2000s. And then I think it was mostly the Second Intifada that just kind of broke everyone's brains over there. And obviously pulling out of Gaza unilaterally and then seeing Hamas appear like within a year or two afterwards and firing rockets over at you, that didn't help either. But I don't think Israelis they're not stupid. So there was quite a bit of hope I got when I was like the Tel Aviv protesters, the ones who are pushing for an end to the war and for ceasefires and to pursue some alternative that isn't just like total victory or whatever that means. I think once this side of things is done and there's like a next phase of whatever comes next, I don't think Israelis are going to forget that Netanyahu, like this is in large part his fault. He posed himself as the security guy for 20 years. He said, yeah, I might be corrupt. I might be unlikable. You might hate me, but I'm the guy who keeps you safe. I'm the security guy. And then he oversees the biggest failure in Israeli security ever in their entire history.
Hold on.
And he...
Where the fuck is this video I'm looking for? Stop honking at me. Does anyone have the Netanyahu at the beach ad with the racket? The what? He's at the beach and he's got like a tennis racket. And then it's supposed like the tennis racket is like it's supposed to be like the Iron Dome, you know? He's being like, I'm gonna keep you safe. But it's not showing up on YouTube. Other ads that also look fucking funny. Let's see if this is the first fucking, just typing in Google, immediately a Twitter result came back. I think he doesn't want this ad around because it didn't do well. Because it was like, I don't know. I want to say it was like just before October 7th. The fucking music.
ביבי? ראש הממשלה, מה אתה עושה פה?
מה זאת אומרת? כמו תמיד, שומר עליכם.
וואלה, בים?
בים, באוויר, ביבשה, בכל מקום שצריך.
How did he get down there? This man has Marvel Universe powers.
צריך להיות מוכן לכל תרחיש.
We must be prepared for every scenario, he says. Oh yeah?
ועד מתי אתה פה?
מה זאת אומרת? זה תלוי בכם. ב-17 בספטמבר אני אמור להתחיל משמרת נוספת. אבל רק אתם תחליטו מי ישמור עליכם.
לא, למה מי יכול להחליף אותך? הוא עם החם צוואר?
לא יודע, ברק לא מכה פעמיים. חכו שנייה. החבר'ה עם הבוגי, החבר'ה עם הבוגי, אתם כבר לא בימין, אתם עמוק בשמאל. כל הזמן נסחפים אלה. יאללה חבר'ה, כנסו למים, תהנו קצת.
לא, יש הרבה מדוזות.
מה אתה אומר? איבט הבטיח לחסל אותם לפני 48 שעות.
תראו!
לכל תרחיש. אזרחי ישראל, בים הסוער של המזרח התיכון,
Now who's he talking to? Like, these guys must think he's a fucking psychopath.
הוכחנו שאנחנו שומרים על ישראל כאי של יציבות ושל ביטחון. אבל כדי שנוכל להמשיך,
You're not an island.
אתם צריכים להצביע מחל.
This fucking Banjo-Kazooie ass music, bro.
Does this in large part because he was complacent. He thought that he had actually used his stance and his positioning to convince Hamas to stay quiet. And the entire time he was being duped to the point that people, these poor, it was like
Israel ceasing to exist as an option is something that I don't think is a realistic option.
mostly young women actually watching the borders would send in reports saying there's irregular movements at the border, there's irregular activity that's built up, and people just saying, nah, they're just doing that to keep each other busy. You know, they're not interested in a large confrontation. I think people will remember that, hopefully. And if Hamas and Hezbollah can be properly defanged and like they don't pose the same threat to Israel that they did, then I think the Netanyahu excuse for fighting massively goes away. Like, if they can actually take out Hamas, then there's no excuse for the blockade. It's gone. And like every country in the world should completely disown Israel.
Oh my God, bro.
Going after that. So
but the thing is like, where's the evidence that they're actually pushing to make these groups not exist? Like, just because they're fighting them and they're killing them, like, seems like it's a little disproportional.
I agree that Hamas should be taken out of power, but I also have this fear that this is an excuse to make allow this genocide to basically continue. Like, I don't know what the answer is of how to remove Hamas while at the same time not massacring so many people.
yeah, and I guess that's true. And it's like, even if Netanyahu weren't a war criminal, even if they did everything right by the books of the law,
Israel would just stop
yeah,
being fascist overnight. I mean, like, it's not like we have perfect examples to point to, but like, if you look at Libya, like, the outside interference from France, it didn't necessarily make things worse. You know, it didn't make it better, but you know, you could argue that it prevented massacres in certain cities and stuff like that. And there still is like strife and violence in Libya to this day, but like the UN government coming in and being mandated there, like, I don't necessarily think it's a good idea, but like, you could say that could be an option, maybe, is like you have a UN peacekeeping force go in and basically be the new occupation.
because that's how Hamas fights. But I don't really know. That's why I think right now, because Hamas will fight forever. I don't think they're going to stop. Obviously, the right thing for them to do would be to surrender and to agree to hand over the governance of the Strip to anyone that's not the IDF and that's not Hamas. That would be ideal. But I think that's why I think the burden should be on the IDF and Israel a lot more to take parts of Gaza that they can actually secure some kind of like calm in, and then just, it needs to be, I don't think Israelis and Palestinians can solve this by themselves. I think America, wherever else, Saudis, Emiratis, Qataris, I think the entire world needs to do something about this. Like,
Okay.
And we've done that after wars in the past.
You know, and Trump will do it with his fucking plan. What's it called? Abraham Accords. Because, you know, that's what everyone wants to say. That was world peace achieved.
Like in World War II, it took the rest of the world to repair the damage caused by that. This is not the same damage as World War II, but it's going to take international help, and I don't think that's going to happen alone.
But that's kind of what Gallant was saying, to go back to this really silly controversy, in my opinion, is that the military objectives are done, and he doesn't understand why the IDF needs to be there any longer, and he wanted to withdraw the military, which seemed like a good voice to have.
What is in the background here? Like, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be Ethan, but who's this guy? Who's this bald guy with the piano? This bald guy with the guitar?
On the cabinet, and then Netanyahu fired him. So it's
Yeah,
It says live in studio.
he's
The
kind of a fucking
jokes.
nutty in his own right.
I never said.
Well, the PKK has advocated for this. The PKK agreed to a ceasefire that ended violence. It's caused the Freedom Falcons to splinter, which Turks say that the PKK still has full control over the Freedom Falcons and stuff like that. Like, the PKK didn't open attack on the aerospace because of the bombs happening. Like, they agreed to demilitarize and go to Iraq as a political solution, and it didn't help. But Ethan said he was a good guy.
Listen, I never said anything about his character.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I mean, I said, it's so funny how people twist it. I said he's a moderating voice on the cabinet. And then people say, oh, Ethan said he's a moderate. It's like, that's totally fucking different. But, and I think this is so stupid because, I'm trying to have a productive conversation about this. And it just turns into oh, Ethan defended Yoav Gallant, or, I don't know. Stupid.
Oh, sorry, his wife.
It's not really worth it. At the end of the day, there's not really that much, because I had these problems as well, but it's not really worth getting hung up on, because Gallant did say that pretty horrible thing at the beginning about no food, no aid,
Oh
human
God,
animals,
what
whatever.
are we doing?
Yeah, you don't need to like him. At the end of the day, everyone in the entire history of Israel-Palestine has done horrible shit. Everyone said and done horrible shit. Everyone, any Palestinian leader that you look into their past, they've said something crazy, anti-Semitic, or supported some kind of terror or anything else, or even Arafat. What was he doing for the entire 20th century, right? He was coordinating attacks on civilians, hijacking buses and killing civilians, hijacking planes. People still saw him at the end of the day. Was it wrong to say that at one point he was a potential body for peace in the region? I mean, he was. He made steps. He put forward olive branches, right? It's okay to say that about him, right? It's okay to say that about Mahmoud Abbas or anyone else. So, yeah, Gallant compared to Netanyahu was more moderate. Yeah, that's okay to say. And
yeah, he wanted to end the war. Yeah, or at least he wanted to withdraw. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, he's fucking. Yeah, he's crazy too. At least,
Yep,
what I mean?
still a right winger, but he, at least on that particular issue, yes, he was a bit more moderate. Yes.
Yeah. There you go. See?
I have a question. Because you said that it should begin with Hamas surrendering, but not to IDF or Israel, to a third party. But what if they don't? Okay, let's say they don't. Is it okay then for all of these innocent people to keep dying until they do? How do we?
No, I don't think it's okay at all. It's never really okay when.
So how
innocent
do we
people die,
target the Hamas terrorists without hurting?
Yeah, well, it's like Georgia Maloney. We meme because she's not actively out there killing Palestinians like Gallant is, but we meme about her. But we know exactly what she's doing. We see what she says internally, and we see what she says internationally. It's the same thing. Well, Hamas not surrendering, I mean, they're not going to surrender all their power and just disappear. But, hopefully a negotiation can go forward or something like that. I just want to get to a position where the bleeding has stopped. Like for me, like going back to pre-October 7th is like almost a tolerable thing now. Like Hamas has made it so bad for Palestinians, like that would be like a dream achieved at this point.
Hurting innocent people.
I don't think you can. There's not really. That's Hamas chooses to fight on those terms, but that's also why I don't think it's the IDF's like. That's why
So if
this
Hamas
total
is doing
victory
it, then
doctrine.
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. But if Hamas
okay.
is doing it, then IDF is okay to also do that. And like we're talking about the proportions and numbers here. Several more Palestinians are dying.
Yeah. So there's like I don't really like the legal arguments because they just sound really cold. I think in terms of like the way that laws work, there are like arguments that the IDF can make and get away with because they can basically just say that, yeah, if you hide behind civilians, then, and that's the only way we can get to you, then we're going to have to do a strike that's going to take out the people that we're targeting, but also the civilians. But like, I don't really agree with that to the absolute end because the problem is that you're going to do that for decades potentially. Like you're just going to be fighting a permanent insurgency, which is why I think they should focus a lot less on, well, let's just get the bad guys.
Yeah, like I don't know. I would have to talk with somebody who's like more educated and informed, but like I really don't see like any other option at this point than having like a UN occupation. You know, because like Israel, crazy thing. I would like to think Israel would not deliberately shoot UN people. Like they would not deliberately shoot blue helmets. And like the UN peacekeepers, a lot of people don't understand what they are. But yeah, I mean, maybe he has something to say about it. But like people don't understand that the UN peacekeepers are literally there to die first. Because if you kill the UN peacekeepers first, then it's not it's not an attack on the enemy forces.
And
but like they didn't help in the Congo. The mission failed there.
Whoever dies, fuck them. It should be a lot more on trying to live with the fact that Hamas won't stop, but also to think of ways to build up alternatives in Gaza. Like, that's a much harder thing to do. It's a much harder thing for the IDF to do. And I do blame Hamas for that.
I mean, now's the time, like, just like if you start rebuilding now with like someone who's more apathetic to Israel's interests, let's say, who's like building up Gaza, but he's like, you know, let's pretend we're in a magic world, right? You have somebody who's more in favor of like not doing attacks, you know, and like Israel's totally cool with them, and they build it up behind this guy, and they basically protect their agent and their man in this setting. Like Hamas isn't going to be able to stop them. Like if you start putting the power structure that you're taking out from Hamas, you know, like Hamas can regroup and all this shit because you're just pushing everything over instead of like taking that power and putting it into something else.
But I think they still need to do it.
I know what you mean, though.
I don't even see why they give them guns. I love the whole like uninvolved in peace shit that they do, and it's like you people have no idea what the UN is. You think it's NATO.
Hamas will never. They'll never surrender, as far as I'm aware. Shit, I don't. Maybe I'm wrong, but just.
And Israel will.
Yeah, I don't know. I think your ideas seems kind of interesting about just like partitioning.
I think at this point we're seeing how similar the people are.
Is off and clearing it and trying to do that all the way through, but there's not really any good solutions. It's just really fucked right now.
I think sometimes, and oh yeah, just to be clear, like I'm not like a military expert, so a lot of this is just me reading as many opinions as I can and just trying to find the one that makes the most sense to me. So pinch of salt, all that.
Yeah, but sometimes they'll also deploy with localized forces. But again, it's like not a perfect solution, but like I just don't see anything that's realistic at this point besides a UN occupation. And notice how I'm saying occupation and not mission. You know, like I was talking to my Libyan friend, right? And like, you know, I know they don't like Gaddafi, but I wanted to see what they thought about Gaddafi's son being blocked. You know? And he's like, obviously I'm no fan of Gaddafi's son, but the UN blocking him from running our elections was just another way to undermine democracy, and that's how the Libyan people saw it. So like even the people who hated Gaddafi's son didn't like that he was blocked from running in the election, and he more than likely would have won, and they're still against it.
I think sometimes when
Do you think Vosh got banned for saying? I don't know what that is.
it comes to situations like this, is like there's not really a best option or even a good option. There's just like a less bad one. Obviously, there's new information that could come out about this particular conflict that would make me change my mind on what should be done. But yeah, I think right now when you just have this kind of like, it's always been the case that Netanyahu and Hamas like feed each other, right? Hamas helps Netanyahu because it keeps the Palestinians divided. He said that. He said that when he was justifying letting Qatari money go to Gaza. But Netanyahu also helps Hamas because when Palestinians think, well, there's no olive branch coming from this government. There's no one saying, let's bring back the peace process. So what are we going to do? Like, yeah, it's a shame.
Did that answer your question, Lena?
I don't think directly about the people who are dying, but
Well, no, I just want to clarify. So you were saying that civilians are dying in Gaza.
yeah, and it's always but civilians are dying, but and then there's a reason for justifying it, and I can't understand that.
You're saying that the civilians need to stop dying. I mean, essentially, the war needs to stop.
And yeah, I mean, if
that's the only way they stop dying, right?
Harmless canister. Is that a word for a word for bomb? Harmless canister. You know, you know how they were developing that gay bomb? Maybe we should go back to that. Bring that one out.
I don't know what the solution is. I just wish there was another way to get these to target these terrorists better, where you're not getting all these kids caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, I never hear.
There is. We've seen it.
I hear a lot of optical solutions. This would be perfect if this happened, but I never hear a realistic one. So you'll say this would be great if this happened, if the IDF stopped, they should stop. But I never hear like a realistic, and then it ends there. There's never any further realistic solution.
I thought he wasn't on Twitch.
For example, I think maybe a specific question is, let's say that there is an apartment building of a bunch of civilians, and it's suspected that a Hamas terrorist is hiding in the building among them. Is it okay then to strike the whole building to get that one Hamas terrorist and kill all of these other people just to get that one target?
I don't think so, but I don't know who.
Yeah, I would say no.
Yeah, I would say no for sure.
But that's what's happening, right?
That's like a really. I think that's happening.
Lena.
Say what?
It's hard to say how often that is happening. Like I'm sure it had. Like there have definitely been moments where I think it definitely had. No, it definitely has happened. Yeah.
Oh, we saw them blowing up like the aid cars with that they thought like one terrorist was in. That was just horrible. The like kitchen.
Yeah, and it turns out the person who made that decision, who I think was actually fired because he was breaking the rules. They were supposed to call the aid organizations and they didn't answer, but they were supposed to double check and check again because they knew that aid workers were using that route. It turns out the guy that actually signed off on that strike was a settler. a guy who
Oh, gross.
opposed humanitarian aid going into Gaza, who actually argued very vehemently against aid trucks going into Gaza. That guy was
that's a
like
systemic
full
issue
on-
with the IDF, though, right? That a fucking someone like that would be in that position.
Yeah, and the lack of accountability is awful. But yeah, to answer the question about was one terrorist in a building full of 20 or 30 people or 50 or whatever, it's like a really difficult moral question. I know that in like law they try to
No, it's
solve it
not.
because they say that, well, it's legal if the collateral damage, they call it, the civilian harm, is lower than the military advantage that you're going to get from it. And it's like, okay, how do you measure these two things? Like, how do you measure a military advantage against a number of civilian deaths or human lives? You can't really do it. So I think the way that some people try to solve it is they say is like, do we have any other way of stopping this threat? And generally in law, if you don't, then you just say, well, yeah, go ahead. And then people somehow do those jobs. And
I would think Israel would be worse than Assad's margins at this point. I don't know. Well, that is the thing. Assad is actually really ineffective at killing militants. So that might be why his margins are closer to Israel.
manage to sleep at night. Like, that's why I think that there's only so much that the IDF could
Of course they only fired him because of optics. You think the fucking ruling party in Israel gave a fuck that aid workers were bombed?
have done militarily, I think, and they've probably exceeded that by now. Like, they don't need to gain any more. That's why they need to go and pursue other options.
Well, so, and to represent like the Israeli perspective, they would say, so you have these terrorists that went and did this horrible attack, and then they retreated back into Gaza. And they are, I mean, their bases are under hospitals. They shoot from schools. They embed themselves in the civilian population. They even dress as civilians when they fight. So, like, I guess I don't know what, like, the IDF, just to give them like a plausible road into dealing with that situation, like what is the IDF do?
I just love that video of the first person guy who runs up and puts a round on a tank to destroy it. That was like the most based video of all time.
From the Israeli perspective, you know what I mean? I'm curious.
I mean, I'll bite the difficult bullet. Like, I think that after October 7th, there was always going to be some level of IDF incursion into Gaza. That was always going to happen. You can't just let an attack like that happen onto a sovereign country and not respond to it.
That's part of what frustrates me too, is that I see so many people like jubilant, like just like, yes, October 7th was fucking the best. And it's like, well, we all know the inevitable consequence of that is going to be like terrible. And I'm not saying it's right or even justified, but it's going to be terrible. And yeah, I find it kind of ironic. Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I guess that's just like it's still, the problem with what's happening now is that Netanyahu, obviously, and his war cabinet have given the chief of staff this job, take out Hamas, but he's not doing it with the goal of allowing Palestinians to eventually self-govern or to eventually, like stop being bombed. Or he's not really going for that. We don't know what he's going for, really. He keeps saying total victory. He keeps saying he doesn't want settlers to go into Gaza. Other people in his government obviously do want settlers to go in. That's like the really big problem. Is he's never made it very clear what his...
Even with the VC dressing as civilians, like, a lot of like My Lai, like there was people, like I want to say there was a helicopter pilot who immediately like came forward about it and how pissed he was. Like, when they did those village massacres, a lot of them had at least one person speak out, which is more than Israel has. But like, also, I'd like to see if there's any psychological support that shows that drafted soldiers are more prone to do those types of things.
His total like objective is from this war. Total victory is not an objective. It's just a slogan. It doesn't mean anything. And I I really think that it would behoove the Western leftists, I think, who care a lot about this issue and who can actually get the government to listen to them if they are good with their messaging and everything else, to push for something like, if it was me, if I was the Americans, I would say like Netanyahu, this Israeli government needs to acknowledge that the IDF is not going to stay in Gaza. They're going to come out. Someone else is going to have to govern that strip, and they're going to have a state. They can't just be some kind of like non-state entity forever. And that needs to be resolved. And America can influence the PA. They can influence, to some degree, they can influence Israel with like just with words sometimes, because Israelis actually listen to Americans. They actually care quite a lot about the American president thinks. So, yeah, I think that should be, and unfortunately that just hasn't really happened. I don't think Harris really did nearly enough to push that, and Biden didn't. But I think that's what needs to be.
The thing is, it's just like the entire campaign during Vietnam and like everything that happened in that region during that period with America is so disgusting. So I think there's the whole Zimbardo argument of like the barrel is rotten, not just a few bad apples. I think that argument kind of applies in that case, because when you have such a rotten infrastructure like Americans had in Southeast Asia at the time, I don't think it leads to very good results, especially considering that you have draftees and conscripts as well.
Pushed a lot harder is that you can't just have an Israeli government forever that's just rejecting Palestinian statehood. Like, it needs to be acknowledged. And
Israel is like, watch us.
I think it was something a lot of activists would say. Well, actually, we deny that. I mean, I've heard Hassan say this, and it's a pretty popular perspective, that Hamas does not use human shields, quote unquote, or they don't use public buildings, and they.
Oh my goodness! This guy is over here crying and honking at me. He's just being so dramatic.
They don't fight like that. I think what they would say is it's densely populated. Like, of course, how can you avoid being near a school or a fucking whatever it is, or near civilians, you know?
Yeah, I mean, people will say, it's another thing where people just play with words, right? They'll just, oh, it's guerrilla warfare. Well, okay, that doesn't make it okay. Like, just because you change the words to something that sounds nicer. If you want to get into a legal argument, people get really weird about, there are weird interpretations of what the law on human shields is, and no one really knows exactly like what it means to have an intent to co-locate your civilians with your military. But we know with Hamas that they do it for a reason, right? Like, their tunnels are underneath buildings for a reason. They're dressing as civilians for a reason. And it's in large part because they don't
debatable that
really...
they dress as civilians?
No.
No.
It's not debatable. Not all of them do, but yeah, it's not
Or that
really all
their
of them do,
headquarters
yeah.
are under hospitals? Because I see people deny that too.
So the headquarters, as far as I know, they moved. There's a speech from Sinwar in about 2019, 2020, where he was talking about complaints about the headquarters location and that they'd moved it. So I know that it was under Al-Shifa for a while. I don't know if I'm sure they moved it. It seems like they moved it. But yeah, Amnesty International, who are by no means pro-Israel, they actually really don't like Israel. Yeah, they said that in 2014. And they spoke about how Hamas was using Al-Shifa to torture people that they suspected of collaboration. So, and even when the IDF raided Al-Shifa, it took them like a couple of weeks to quote unquote secure the hospital. I doubt they were spending 2 weeks just like fighting through patients. You know, like, yeah, there's obviously a Hamas presence there. We know that they use, you know what, if we're talking about Hassan and all that, like, just listen to their own words. You can go on Hamas's website, Al-Qassam PS. They have their own obituaries for soldiers who died in previous wars. they're all listed. They'll tell you everything about the soldier's career as a soldier and what they did and what they were doing when they died and where they came from. They'll also tell you what kind of military activity they were up to. They'll tell you where they were storing weapons. They'll tell you that in 2008, when Hamas were integrated into the police forces and the police buildings that had civilian cops in them were also full of Hamas soldiers. We know that one of their military installations for producing explosives was underneath a prison. We know that that they have what's called, I think it's like the militants mosque or the military mosque, Arabic translation. Yeah, we know that the very first ever Hamas weapon stockpile was discovered in a mosque. We know that that tunnel where 6 hostages were shot in the head a few months ago had a foreign journalist, a Sky News journalist, go in and verify that that tunnel entrance was underneath a child's bedroom. So Hamas won't even hide from that. They'll admit that they have tunnels. They'll admit that they do it under civilian buildings. They'll write it in the obituaries of their soldiers. But I guess that's like, it's like a concept I call Western or like leftist Orientalism. It's this idea that you're not really treating Arabs as real people when you feel like you have to do this whitewashing of their own actions, where you feel like you see like a Palestinian group like Hamas doing a thing, basically everyone agreeing they do a thing in terms of like investigations, them saying they do this thing, but you're just like, no, that's not true. Like, you're not really treating them like real people when you do that.
I mean, I think Hassan is pretty cringe when he talks about the Houthis and stuff. There's just these certain groups that people simp for, and I'm like, yeah, you really got to learn more about these groups.
I guess the last thing is like Trump is president, going to be president. I personally think that is going to be a disaster for the Palestinians, unfortunately. And it seems like he actually got a lot of Arab vote in America, or like I think he got the majority of Arab men voting for him. I think they were hoping that he would lead differently, but from where I can see, that does not seem to be. It seems to be the opposite, frankly. I don't know what you see.
With Trump, I mean, Trump is so good at being able to. He's so good at being able to just make everyone happy. Almost, when it comes to foreign policy, he somehow manages to do this thing where he is at the exact same time a hawk and an isolationist.
It's funny. It's funny. Like y'all seem to hate this guy a lot more than like I do. Maybe I'm not listening hard enough or something.
On one minute, he'll talk about how we don't need NATO and we don't want these endless wars and we don't want to spend American arms on other countries.
Definitely has.
On the other hand, he's talking about how we're going to kick the crap out of ISIS and we're going to send troops in there, or we're going to bomb Soleimani, or like. So he's got a very strange attitude to that, and I think honestly, his actions tend to just depend on who triggered him the day before, or who cozied up to him or complimented him enough the day before. He's very good at filling all the gaps. I think the advertising that they were doing in Dearborn was basically, I think they were just very cynically targeting multiple groups at once with different messaging. So in areas where they had Jewish communities, they would target them with advertisements saying that Trump's going to be pro like Israel. He's not going to hold Israel back. He's going to let them do the job and finish the war. And Kamala Harris is a Hamas person, or Biden's a Palestinian, and Ilhan Omar is like a Muslim. You know, fuck those people. But then
did he say Israeli communities? Hang on.
He's very good at filling all the gaps. I think the advertising that they were doing in Dearborn was basically, I think they were just very cynically targeting multiple groups at once with different messaging. So in areas where they had Jewish communities, they would target them with advertisements saying that Trump's going to be pro like Israel. He's not going to hold Israel back. He's going to let them do the job and finish the war. And Kamala Harris is a Hamas person, or Biden's a Palestinian, and Ilhan Omar is like a Muslim, you know, fuck those people. But then on the other end, he'll go to Dearborn and have signs talking about, I think it was like Holocaust Harris, or I think, or was it Genocide Joe? I can't remember. I think his crowd chanted Genocide Joe once, and he just basked in it because, well, this sounds good for the moment. Doesn't matter that it's completely contradictory to everything I believe. Who did Trump appoint again for ambassador to Israel?
was
like a Christian
Huckabee.
Huckabee, yeah, a guy who most Israelis, by the way, they don't say, "Oh, we're God's chosen people," and the West Bank is Judea, Samaria, and all that. Like most of them don't really say it in that way. Most Israelis are secular. That guy is like,
He's
actually, I
insane.
think Trump's entire cabinet is like they're probably more extreme Zionists than most Israelis are.
I think
like
you're
those
right.
people.
I think
Yeah.
you're right.
And what happened with Trump last time? You know, he cut funding from the Palestinian Authority. He recognized the Golan Heights. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem, which was an incredible trigger point against Hamas. That's like one of the biggest insults you can do for Palestinians is like fucking about with the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And didn't a bunch of settlers build a complex in the Golan? They called it Trump Heights.
I don't know.
So
Wow.
yeah,
Trump Heights.
He's
he
yeah.
loves that.
I mean, that's the thing is like, even if you don't like what the Democrats did or what Biden did, I think he could have done more. It could always be worse. It could be a lot worse. And I think, unfortunately, with Israel, we're going to see worse with Trump and Netanyahu combined.
Oh yeah, here it is. Trump Heights. That's it. That's all you need. We just need a Palestinian city called Trump Village, and then he's gonna switch sides.
The Trump Mosque, yeah.
Trump Mosque. Yeah. Trump Heights. Wow. Yeah. What? Sorry.
I was just say, yeah. Me and my wife, we're from Dearborn, and yeah, definitely a lot of people back home would not vote for Harris, and some of them obviously, yeah, they were going towards Trump. And I think, me personally, I would vote for Harris just because of other people, because of women's rights and stuff along those lines. But as an Arab, the way we looked at it, for the most part, my understanding is that we feel like no one gives a shit, no one cares. Biden stood idly by. She's going to stand idly by. At least maybe with Trump, there might be a chance of something being done.
I think they thought that their vote for Trump would protest it's like a protest of the genocide.
Or not voting at all.
Yeah.
As a way of protesting.
Unfortunately, it is very disappointing that Dearborn voted for him.
Yeah.
And this is like the first time in 30 years, I think, that Dearborn voted Republican. So yeah, the genocide was like a huge issue for them in this election.
The thing is, like, I totally understand their perspective, right, of the protest vote and just feeling like hopeless and just not knowing what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I totally get where they're coming from. You know what I mean? I just hope that.
But no, you're right. It probably is going to be.
I just
worse.
hope. I mean, all we can do is hope that it's not going to be more terrible than it already is.
Well, Trump is very good at exploiting people's hopelessness or emotions or anything. Yeah, that's his entire thing.
American democracy. Last question. American democracy. 4 more years?
What, do you think we got 4 more years of American democracy?
I mean, a lot of people think that. I mean, there's a lot of people that think it's that serious, I'd say.
I don't know, Ethan, the guardrails, it doesn't matter that Trump wants to end democracy or like will disrespect any election that he doesn't win. It's the
Are you guys going to be mad at him saying the guardrails? Because, I say that all the time.
No, yeah, it's really, I think America has enough of a safety net that it won't allow Trump to do that. But at the end of the day, America is only any country is only as good as the people who run it or the people who are in it. And if Trump can say all those things and he can do January 6th and he still doesn't concede the last election and he can win the popular vote, like maybe Americans don't want democracy.
I
right?
agree.
Maybe they don't care.
They wanted. This is what we wanted. I mean, the popular fucking vote. What do you say to that? But
I need to get the fuck out of that country. Yeah, yeah.
My only hope with Trump is that because he's so old.
I just looked down and my wrist was kind of itchy. And I'm not sure if it'll even show up in this light. But there was a bunch of little dots that just suddenly appeared. I don't even know if they show up. I can't tell on my monitor. I can flip it to HD and then they'll show up.
That he just fucking dies.
Yeah, and we're very fortunate.
Yeah, because he's old. Obviously, right, Dan?
Yes.
And I think we're very fortunate that a lot of his successors are kind of inept. Like they don't really have the same
They don't have, yeah.
flair that he does.
Right,
That's probably a good thing. Vivek's
What
not
do we
replacing
think will
Trump.
happen to the stock market? Well, the stock market's already recovering. So the real question is if he'll go through with the tariffs or not. If he does go through with the tariffs, I don't think it'll be good.
DeSantis, no. What like?
That's the thing. If he does nothing, he'll be praised for fixing the economy because it's already in recovery from COVID. So as long as he does nothing, he'll be praised. And I think if somebody around him is like, hey, if you do nothing, they'll love you, he'll be like, okay, I'll do that then. And the thing is that like his base is so stupid, they'll think that the tariffs still happened and then he got rid of all the migrants.
Trump Jr.
Fuck that.
Honestly, Trump Jr. might be, maybe if they can sell it like on a dynasty.
No
maybe
shot. He's
they
such
can
a
If he does nothing but tax cuts, that's true. That is a good point. If it just specifically, I'm talking about the tariffs, but yeah, pretty much. Yeah, well, we were joking about this. Is that actually, if you watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off, the teacher's literally talking about tariffs when they're ignoring him and how they like made the Great Depression worse. I mean, there was an article today. It was just being pushed to me. I didn't actually open it, but the headline was like, "Oh, he's going to do tariffs on Canada and Mexico." You know, and like it's so funny that his first term was to like replace NAFTA with something better. Now it's fuck our neighbors.
a creep. I don't see it. Yeah,
yeah, because Trump's definitely not a creep, eh? Like,
no, but he has swag. Where
he does have swag.
Trump Jr. is just a whiny bitch, fucking cocaine addict.
Yeah, so I agree that tariffs are going to happen. My question is, how bad is it going to be? You know, like if it's because Biden's positive tariffs, if you can say that, they were expanding across the tariffs that Trump put in place. Like they were focused on specific industries. Yeah, you think that he's like, because he was more moderate his first term. That's what people said, is like Pence would be worse if Trump got impeached. Test comment, my Wi-Fi is crap. It even showed up on Restream. JD Vance is competent. He's just a sock puppet for Peter. Yeah. It doesn't look great, but I'm kind of just like self-coping by not thinking about it. I'm just, we'll see what happens in January.
I mean, Trump is a big fat man who eats a lot of McDonald's, so
opposites.
Bad idea. I mean, what am I going to do about it? Are they going to listen to me?
One does cocaine, one does McDonald's.
Yeah, it's I don't know. That is probably
withdraw investments. What investments, bro? I'm on food stamps.
As far as like the future and just like any democracy, it's just the fact that disinformation and like just alternate realities can have that much of an effect on the population now. That's quite a scary thing looking forward.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So everybody, that's our time. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who participated. Lena and AB and Olivia. Appreciate
it. Okay. Wow. The Arab members of the crew do not look like, they don't look too happy. Okay, so this witch shit that I found. This is so hard because I have to pull it up with multiple browsers and I have to remember which one is which and how to get back to it. Okay. Yeah, Lena was crying. She seemed like she was crying. Invest all your money into White Monster. We can just do it like mackerel, like in prison. I don't know why mackerel is the economy, it just is. Okay, so I'm just going to do an entire screen and just drag shit over there as I find it. Okay. I wish when I pulled up my bookmarks, it didn't pull it on. Oh, there's a button. Okay. So I don't remember exactly how this appeared on my feed, but I had never heard about it, and I was just fascinated. So they were like, this pastor turned 60 today, and they said she literally made them burn people alive. And they're like, "Where's your evidence?" And then I was looking at this, and I gotta find the daughter's page real quick. More bookmarks. So this is that pastor's daughter, and she's like, "Oh, I like light mode on the PC, dark mode on my phone. Also, dark mode helps preserve battery on your phone." But this is that pastor's daughter. She's like, "I give you the next 5 hours, or you're gonna be educated in court." And I looked this up, and it turns out like this lady is like notorious for like taking her critics to court and suing them. Anyone ever heard of this lady, Helen, in Nigeria? Because oh my god, it's so annoying trying to remember what browser is where. Helen Keller was from Nigeria, so it's like they have wanted a public apology and compensation. So here's like they literally did go to court over this, and then it's like and like so this whole thing, she made children be burned alive, right? That's like the allegation, right? And so this is the daughter. And like I honestly think this is like they're coming for me next now that I'm reporting on this, right? So she's like, Helen did this, Helen did that. Helen made many films saving children from abuse, but guess what? Gen Z method of gathering information is not research, but read what white men said about her in one film, So now I gotta find the actual video that I watched. Okay. Now I'm going to stop this. Then I'm going to take this link. I'm going to copy it over.
Of historical record that witch hunt hysteria was a scourge across early modern Europe and the colonies in the New World that stretched across 3 centuries. During this period, sometimes called the Burning Times, an unknown number of people, mostly women, were denounced as witches and heretics. They were horrifically tortured into producing false confessions, often made to name others in their community that they consorted with in witches' Sabbaths, and often executed by...
Remember that one person who came in here and said the people who accused people of witches is what the left is today? And I said, wow, that's like really historically ignorant. And then Jack was agreeing with them and then pretended that he didn't. That was funny.
Hanging or strangulation, and more famously, being burnt at the stake. Following the Bible's decree of "thou shalt not suffer a witch to live" literally, churches and local magistrates sought out and prosecuted tens of thousands of people for witchcraft. During this barbaric period, the devil was a very real and ominous presence. It was believed that witches were the devil's recruits and servants on earth, wreaking all manner of havoc, everything from death, disease, and the failure of crops to miscarriages,
titties,
nightmares, and even impotence. Whatever went wrong within a village or community, it could certainly be blamed on evil souls.
I don't know. You know, being corrupted by some Chinese lady, last I heard. He's totally in the enemy camp now.
Sorcery. In 1487, the Catholic Inquisitor Heinrich Kramer further exasperated the witch hysteria by composing the Malleus Maleficiarum, Latin for the witch's hammer. This laid the framework for the detection of witches, the methods of retrieving confessions, and how to conduct a witch trial. Trials had to present proofs that an accused person was a witch, including blasphemy, being associated or related to other witches, having what was called...
Yeah, go ask him. Go ask him. Be like, I heard you're getting that Chinese strange. So say it racist though. Be as racist as possible when you ask him. Wow, you both hate China that much, bro. I'm dead serious that he's like, she's from Singapore, but the joke is that she's Chinese Singaporean, and also, like, Emily and her family is literally from China. Like, I've had bird's nest soup. They're like, a lot of them don't even speak English when I go over there.
The witch's mark, which could be any skin blemish that was supposedly placed upon a witch's body by the devil, and of course, confessions under interrogation. Interrogations almost always included some means of torture, and during the medieval period, human beings showed their morbid ingenuity with the inventions of machines that inflicted the most unspeakable methods of torture, that included branding with red-hot pokers or spikes, mutilations, and the breaking of bones. The horror of the witch hunts didn't begin to die down until the mid-17th century, and it wasn't until the late 18th century that nearly all of Europe ceased considering witchcraft a criminal offense. The awful business...
The reason why you should ask him about... You better be kidding, because, you know, I'd have to send the agents over if you weren't. Well, Chinese is harder because it's like, you know, it's got a lot of ong, and I can't do the TS sound. I've tried to learn some Chinese. Emily has tried to teach me, and like certain phrases and stuff, and I just can't do them.
Witch hunts have been, for the last 2.5 centuries, nothing more than an appalling element of the medieval age. Most people of this age would never believe that such a thing could happen today.
Now you are talking about witches and witches leaving their body. I can show you and teach you many places in the Bible.
This is Helena Capabio. Calling herself Lady Apostle, she heads the Liberty Foundation Gospel Ministries in Nigeria, and she believes that she can save her country from witchcraft. But instead of denouncing other women as witches, she preaches that the devil now targets children as recruits. Unfortunately, she's not just some random lunatic with a twisted imagination. Helen and her church are largely responsible for the recent wave of witch hysteria that has broken out all across.
Y'all ever hear about this? The child witch hysteria in Nigeria? I never knew about it until like yesterday.
West Africa, which has resulted in thousands of children to be starved, beaten, brutalized, tortured, abandoned, and even murdered by followers of her insane beliefs that witch children ruin the lives of not just their families, but of whole villages. She produces and distributes ridiculous movies that have played a very significant role in whipping up this hysteria. The most well-known is End of the
Lady Apostle also kind of rhymes.
Wicked, which specifically and graphically details how witch children steal the souls of other children and initiate them into witchcraft. These productions, along with the dumbing down of the destitute and uneducated masses who flock her church of over 150 branches, have made her one of the wealthiest preachers in the Niger Delta. And now, she's coming to the United States. In May 2012, the self-proclaimed Lady Apostle will be hosting...
Well, so this is much older. So I think it's gotten better, but I think there was a wave of child abuse that this lady caused in Nigeria. Well, and greater West Africa as well, apparently. Like, her teaching spread.
Series of sermons called 12 Days of Battling in the Spirit of Freedom at the Liberty Gospel Church in Houston. The original date was for mid-March, but according to Pastor Godwin Umatong, who heads her Houston branch, the event has been moved back to make time for extra preparations. Curiously, I was unable to find an address or contact information anywhere on the internet that states where exactly the Liberty Gospel Church is located, which leads me to suspect that it's not an established church at all. Perhaps it will be some clandestine meeting that only a few will be allowed to attend. Who knows? However, Helen Okpabio has visited Houston before, back in May 2010, during which she preached at the Glorious Praise Ministries, which is headed by Nigerian pastor Jonathan David. Maybe this is where the Liberty Gospel Church will be set up. To get a clearer view of what we're dealing with, one need only to read a few passages from her book, Unveiling the Mysteries of Witchcraft, which includes her explanations of how to acquire and detect witchcraft in children, including infants, stating, quote, "If a child under the age of 2 screams in the night, cries, and is always feverish with deteriorating health, he or she is a servant of Satan." And according to her films of stellar production value, other telltale signs of
Hey, why you gotta be like that? I think those films look great, and we might watch one of them.
Witchcraft include having little interest in school, being temperamental, and talking back to one's parents.
Mercy.
Yes, my lord.
From today,
I mean,
your
they're in
spiritual
English,
name
right?
is mistake. I invoke upon you the spirit of stubbornness, stealing, lack of interest in school, waywardness, unsteadiness, bad company, and power of destruction. Blow up all electronics in your home. Break plates, glasses.
This shit is like not okay to laugh at because like children died because of this lady. I'm actually crying. It's so sad. What?
And then
I mean, how, like, come on, is it any worse than church films that churches be making in the West? Come on, like, let's be real.
cause fever and failure to all other children in your home. Understand?
Yes, my lord.
Her films detail how those initiated as witches are cannibals and can even shapeshift into animals. This may all seem pretty silly and even unintentionally funny to people in the West, but the belief in witchcraft is
No, this is sad. It's sad. None of this is funny.
And can even shapeshift into animals. This may all
Do
seem
not.
pretty
You can't laugh
silly
at this,
and
okay?
even unintentionally funny.
You can't laugh at this. This is clearly not funny.
To people in the West. But the belief in witchcraft has become a serious problem in many West African nations, especially since so many who are accused are small children. This hysteria is fueled by fervent, unshakable beliefs in evil
We
sorcery.
need to watch these. There you go. Let's see if I can find one. Bro, it is a feature-length movie. It is an hour and a half.
Pushed upon the ignorant and uneducated by the many hundreds of Pentecostal churches found all across Nigeria. As was the case during the medieval witch hunts, the devil is a very real danger and exists everywhere for these people who are rife with superstition. And witchcraft is blamed for any misfortune. Sickness, unemployment, miscarriage, deaths in the family, even nightmares are considered signs of sorcery, and the blame often gets put on those most vulnerable. Children.
Y'all, we can't make a video laughing about a movie that caused children to be burned alive.
Often so young,
No matter how funny that video is, it just isn't right to do.
So the mother is dead. What of the father?
He said the dad is there in the village. Okay. In Never-End village.
Why did she end up living here like she is now?
She said she was pushed out of the house.
Okay. So do you believe that you are a witch? You believe that you are a witch? I want you to know, Mary, that we don't.
Is that fucked up? This 4-year-old girl thinks she's a witch. Like she thinks like. So if they like made her like go on a witch trial, she would say she is a witch because she's 4 and doesn't understand.
Believe that you are a witch. What we believe is that you are a beautiful, fine girl.
Since the 2008 broadcast of the documentary Saving Africa's Witch Children on the UK's Channel 4 and the 2009 follow-up Return to Africa's Witch Children, both having detailed the problem of witch hysteria and exposing Helen Ukpabio and her church's roles in the horror, Nigeria has since made the practice of denouncing children as witches illegal. In response to this, Helen Ukpabio ordered her followers to crash the Nigerian Humanist Movement National Conference, which was designed to target child abuse at the hands of witch hunters. The Channel 4 documentaries also highlighted the UK charity Stepping Stones Nigeria, which was established to help the alarming number of children who have been made victims of the witch hunts, and work to set up safe housing for displaced children, provide them with food, schooling, and sometimes try to convince their families in villages that not only are they not witches, but to allow them back into their homes. Helen Ukpabio filed a police complaint against the local directors of Stepping Stones Nigeria, accusing them, with unbelievable irony, of fraud. She filed suit that the directors had sought to hire assassins to kill her, and tried to have their children's shelter shut down. She also demanded £8 million in damages for what she calls a violation of her constitutional rights of religious beliefs.
I don't know. Have you
I've
seen
it?
You've seen it where?
On sides of roads.
on
When
the
you
sides of
drive
road.
when you drive through Akwa Ibom State, there are children on the side.
Why are you
of the road.
talking about Akwa Ibom State and I am in Cross River State?
No, but you were asking me where I've seen it.
No,
don't
you
have to
saw children
shout at
abandoned.
me.
You know, look, don't be careful. Mind your words. Excuse me, mind your words. As you drove and passed, you saw children in Akwa Ibom State abandoned.
Whenever she is confronted about the thousands of children who have been abandoned, horribly abused, and even murdered over accusations of witchcraft that she and her church have fueled, she denies that her message and her films encourage child abuse, and have accused any Westerners who question her preaching and motives as being...
Oh, okay. So they don't. So it's okay to laugh because they don't cause child abuse. Okay.
spiritually ignorant and racist.
Wait. We have about 150 churches in Nigeria. I am a voice in this country. So a white man or a white woman cannot come into my country and say nonsense against me and mess up the whole situation and present crooked things somewhere, something from a topic, a theme he or she doesn't even know. And you watch every of my film. You've not seen a film on child abuse. You can never see now because that's not the area of your interest.
She blathers on about how she is targeted because she's an African. And if J.K. Rowling can write stories and make movies about children engaging in witchcraft, why can't she?
What does she mean? What of...
That's my favorite. That's my favorite part.
Harry Potter. Is Harry Potter, is it not doing dubious, very dangerous things about children? Do you go to ask her? Is it because he is Africa?
Maybe because J.K. Rowling doesn't tell millions of her readers that Hogwarts is real, or encourage anyone to use her books and films as guides to denouncing real children as witches. Needless to say, her upcoming visit to the United States has sparked outrage at the thought of a child witch hunter preaching in America. Again, Stacey Gonzalez of the Houston Atheists managed the Facebook community Stand Against Helen Ukpabio and is planning on organizing a protest to Ukpabio's visit, when an actual date is set for her arrival to the U.S. Stacey is also currently running a fundraiser to donate to the Stepping Stones Nigeria. If and when any new information is released, I'll be sure to include that in a future video. There is also an open petition on change.org addressed to President Obama to deny Ukpabio entrance into the United States. Personally,
Okay, blah, 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 blah. Now, the comments, right? They're all, all of them are about this Twitter post. "12 years ago, I didn't have a phone, but today Twitter brought me here." Oh, look. 12 years ago. Aaron Ra. I'm featuring this, Like this, if bloody civilian brought you here. As a Nigerian here, we do not claim this hellish woman. Page donor will see notifications going up and down. This comparison aged badly. With J.K. Rowling. So this fucking interesting. Okay. We'll look at some of this movie. Watch it get fucking claimed, bro. If we get claimed and taken down because of some wacky ass Nigerian witch movie. Jesus Christ. Sound effects are so loud.
I adjure you all to change to your glorious bodies.
Wait. Did somebody just change into a skull with a hole in it? That's just a little dog.
Now, I have discovered that our blood bank is drying up. So every one of you must rise and brace up to this challenge. I want the bank filled with blood in the next 24 hours.
24 owls. The fucking music is very Exorcist, I think. Isn't that where they do it? They do the Let's check out some comments. You're from Twitter. This movie made my childhood. I know a young man at 28 watched this, but when I was younger, this movie scared the shit out of me. I can't believe things that once scared the shit out of me. Love from Kenya. God bless Nigeria for making our childhoods. This movie is an eye-opener and shows me areas in my life I need to pray about and not take lightly. So scary, especially seeing a mother being used by the devil to destroy her children. One of the most scary movies in Nollywood. This is wild. I watched this movie when we fled the war to a neighboring country and needed to be accommodated even to the bathroom for about 2 weeks. So a lot of people seem to accept that this was a fictional movie. They don't seem to a lot of them really believe. It is a lesson. Seems like people still watch it. Watching this again has opened my eyes for spiritual warfare. This movie frightens me. when movies were still movies. See what I'm saying? Like a lot of them are like seeing this as like a actual movie, like it's fiction. Hope this is not happening in real life. It's scary then and still is now. This is just a reflection of what happened in my village from 2000 to 2007. I don't feel scared like when I first watched it in 2005. Think they have anti-woke guys in Nigeria? I don't know.
Did you see the person? I think he disappeared.
My power and strength. Oh, Beelzebub, do me a favor. I want to buy the hearts of my son Chris completely from his wife.
Is that all?
Yes, my lord.
Oh, so this is Beelzebub, I guess.
My lord, I have a new person for initiation.
Good. Where are my bloodsuckers? Come out with the blood hot.
the fucking music.
Serve it round. Everybody should drink to his satisfaction. This is the blood of those destroyed last week, and it must finish tonight to make room for fresh blood.
Ashigogo! Ashigogo! Ashigogo!
Uh-oh. It's gonna tickle her. It's gonna tickle her toesies. What is happening? What is that? What is... Bro, is that a big strap-on dildo? No way! No way! No way! No way! Oh,
darling.
Don't touch me. I don't know. I think we need to get this movie to Red Letter Media.
Don't you ever mention my name again. Ever since you came into my house, it's been one problem or the other. Don't even think about talking to me anymore. And even at nights, Stella, at nights I see you in my dreams trying to destroy me, trying to kill me. But I got news for you, Stella. You cannot kill me. Don't you ever think about it.
Organ.
Slap your lap 3 times.
So that's the dick summoning spell. You know, you slap your lap 3 times and you get a massive donger.
A coven for bi-monthly monitoring.
Lady Destroyer, your request has been granted. This is no time for celebrations. We have to increase our wickedness to the world. So, I want you all to begin to launch severe and devastating attacks in your respective zones. Understood?
Yes, my lord. Permit me, Beelzebub the Great, to marry my son Chris. I will also want the bar to be making love to his wife using the male organ.
Slap your lap 3 times.
How come she didn't include the ding dong and she didn't talk about how there's a whole strap-on scene in her other video?
Howard, to be making love to your daughter-in-law and to marry your son.
My lord, I have asked all new converts in my department to bring in their parents' old shoes, clothes, towels, and all other things that are carelessly kept. As for Chris Amadi, I promise you, he's a finished man.
Lady Destroyer, what is it?
I have come here with the pairs of my son's shoes.
Step into them. Walk round the coven.
Chris, I subdue you today. As I walk around with this shoe, so I will walk until you are finished. I enjoy it.
I just want to thank you for your daughter that has not known peace for a long time now, and I'm asking your peace to be with her in Jesus' name. Amen.
I am going to use cosmic power to project into the world of the spirit to find out your problems. Rosima
Bima. Osima. Bima. Ekilo. Bima. Egg Master. I am the servant of Satan on mission into the egg planet. I ask for your guide and direction into the world of the spirits. Take me down to the secret world, where I am on the secret mission.
Are these supposed to be pentagrams up here? This is the closest they could get to making pentagrams. Like, come on. Are we serious here? Are we? Do they understand what this is really showing?
Do you think I brought him down here for solution?
You have destroyed me.
What?
Stella, I must confess, your patience towards Mama and Chris is a challenge. But what I cannot understand.
I'm a witch. I'm a witch. I initiated all the children into witchcraft. I am a witch. I killed my husband. I killed Morris. I killed my son, Chris. I tortured him until death in witchcraft coven. Stop talking this rubbish.
Mama, come, we want to take you.
I am no more deaf. I can hear now. Tina, let me tell you, you have no womb. I removed it, roasted it, and kept it in the witchcraft coven. That is why you are barren, and you'll be having continuous internal heat. Emeka, I drive your car in this witchcraft coven. That is why its engine keeps knocking. Jesus Christ, God. I tortured you in life.
Mama is confessing in the street.
Confessing what?
All our wickedness.
Wickedness.
I tried to stop her, but she refused.
There is no point in stopping her. She's under God's judgment. And there is no man on earth that can reverse her situation.
Can you imagine that Mama is behind my barrenness? She killed father, killed Chris.
Killed who? Pastor, can we go and see her? You know where she is? Let's go.
Is that what she said? I was like, what? The engine? I thought she said I drained your cock. Well, that was one of the many movies of all time. You know, I think we all learned something about ourselves today. That's so funny. I didn't realize that the car.
Four or 5 weeks ago, maybe it was, we did a story about why Laura Loomer was jettisoned from the inner circle of Donald Trump. Rumors were reported that she had filleted Donald Trump, and it's hard to know which part of that is the most disgusting.
I mean, she at very least did that to his ego, so we don't even need to get down to the specifics.
Correct.
Of the
Correct.
act.
I mean, but you're talking about two very odious people. And apparently there had to be an intervention, and who better than to intervene than another odious person? But how would we know this story? Well, a fourth odious person interviewed the third odious person who intervened between the two other odious people. I have not been following Milo Yiannopoulos' career since he...
Speaking about Nigerians hating witchcraft, I think y'all should go to Bloody Civilians page, because, you know, there might be more stuff. Like, boom, Twitter. You know, just do that. And she's got music there. Anyway.
He renounced his gay-hoodedness, and
He's been working with Kanye until they had this kind of divorce in which he made some allegations in a court filing which seemed more legit, that Kanye has been getting copious amounts of nitrous gas?
Nitrous gas from his dentist, who is a dentist to the stars. It's weird. It seems bad. He's been abused by and keeping sort of like chemically dependent on it, seems like.
All that said, Yiannopoulos, the last I heard, had converted his husband into a roommate. And I don't know if this is still the case, but he converted his husband into a roommate so that he could be asexual.
It's called home renovation.
That's what it means to be a mighty man of valor.
And of course, I think even in this exchange, completely apropos of nothing, he drops in that, like, I, of course, don't have sex anymore. I can barely remember it. I definitely don't have any type of gay sex anymore because I'm obviously not gay anymore. I have converted to just a roommate relationship with my husband. And so with that said, here is Milo Yiannopoulos on with Tim Pool very recently, I guess, talking about how he removed Laura Loomer from the president's orbit.
Laura Loomer.
Why was she brought in?
Of course, completely insane. And Laura was brought on into the campaign by Jason Miller, who is that sort of frog-faced, useless bag of. Never mind. But Jason Miller and Boris Epstein, who's the head of Trump's legal team, these are the two guys who were kind of like, oh yeah, Laura Loomer, maybe Laura Loomer. And so she gets on the plane, and then Laura Loomer claims to a bunch of...
Pause it. Now, I guess Milo was the one who sort of like helped nurture Laura Loomer back in the day. Laura Loomer also went on to chain herself to Twitter like several years ago when she felt like she was being banned from it or either shadow banned. And this is clipped by Yiannopoulos himself, as far as I can tell. So just go.
Maybe Laura Loomer. And so she gets on the plane, and then Laura Loomer claims to a bunch of people in Palm Beach, all of her friends around in Miami, that she had performed
family friendly.
Huh?
Monica Lewinsky.
I was going to say a sex act.
There you go. She alleged this. She alleged to people she was spreading those.
I love you, and I try to take care of you. And do you know how difficult it is for me to talk like this on your show? Do you know? Do you know how hard this is?
A members only show.
Yeah,
I'll say we'll go off.
Or whatever it is. I can't. You know, it's been so long since I had sex. I did it the wrong way. I did it like that. It's just completely wrong. So
pause it. And I love the credulity of everyone there. They all like, I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, right. Of course, you have not had any sex because you've sworn off sex because your husband's now your roommate. Right. Of course.
How do you get here just now? The last hour, you should be ashamed for missing. Okay? Yes, you missed the dick girl.
Uh-huh. Right. No, I get it. I get it.
Mom! Why did you do that to me?
Good.
Way. I did it like that. It's just completely wrong. No, she claimed that she had performed a sex act.
Look, man. Go look at it in another tab, of course, so you stay as a live viewer.
On the president to a lot of her friends, and this I was like.
But if we're talking about teal and orange, it depends on the lighting. Outdoor lighting is blue. Right. Indoor lighting is orange. So it depends on if you want to contrast the light.
Okay, all right, okay. So I got a call from somebody, and they said, we need to get rid of her. The president wants to get rid of her, but he doesn't want to be the one to do it because she's crazy. So we don't want her turning on the president because so many people follow, she's so many followers and everything. So my job was to bring things about Laura to light that made her ineligible to, be on the plane and around the president's circle. So, for instance,
pause it. Now, this also, I don't want this to slide by here. This is fascinating that he's given this job. Like, who paid him? Who was it?
He's like a Roger Stone figure.
Yeah, like, this is the thing is like, I don't think we have this. Certainly not in our media. Like, we don't have, this is like what Posobiec was paid by Cernovich to dig up my tweets. Cernovich would pay Posobiec to do all this type of stuff back in the day. And then they sort of graduate up to other positions where they start hiring other people. But who's funding them?
Remember that Semaphore article about how right when Kamala became the nominee, they were trying to recruit these low-level influencers to basically come up with
they weren't being recruited. They were on the Semaphore article. They were on a Zoom with people who presumably were in this network getting offered 5, 10, 20 grand to put out stuff saying that Harris was a slut, and that's the one that George Santos didn't want to be in there. So this operation, whatever this is existing, and then they come in and fund it. Like, whose job was, like, who gave Milo this job? And I don't know if he means like, oh, I didn't get paid to do it, or I just was assigned to this idea. Like, who? This is the story that we don't have access to. And it's, I don't know, it just lays there, dormant. Good.
Yeah, on the plane and around the president's circle. So, for instance, she's not Jewish. She made it up. A friend of mine was there when she did it. She ordered a Star of David necklace off the internet so that she could be ruder about Jews in on stage at a rally in 2018.
Laura Loomer isn't Jewish?
She's not Jewish. She's the only person in history.
Wait, so
She's the only person in history. I submitted her for the Guinness Book of Records because she's the only person in history who's ever had a nose job to look more Jewish. It's the most amazing thing you've ever heard in your life. But I also,
pushing away. I've never heard that about her before.
Well, she's not actually Jewish. When
she even ran for Congress, and that never came up.
Right. When she well, that's because I was a communications director. No, when
maybe you did not a great job.
I'm sorry.
It sounds like things went sour with Laura, and you guys have a lot of bad blood, and you sank her as a result of that. Am I reading this right?
People do pay me a lot of money to clean up my own messes. I'm just realizing this now.
Yeah.
No, anyway. Anyway, so Laura is when Laura was going to give a talk.
Pause it again. So he's being paid. Who is paying him? Who is paying him to take out Laura Loomer? How is this an industry amongst them? It's fascinating. And
I think
there's no like.
I think that other guy was right. Milo's just being a messy bitch.
Question for Tim to ask. On whose behalf?
Well, Tim probably knows. I mean, Tim doesn't know specifically, but again, my whole, and maybe we'll go back over this part of it later, but I pressed Tim on this license deal that he had with Tenet. And like, why weren't you shocked that you were getting paid this amount of money? And he's like, it's like business. Like, we do this amount of revenue. Like, I understand. This was a new show, though. And then he claimed I had three other offers on the table. And this was a year and a half ago. And apparently those 3 other offers never went away. They just stayed there. I mean, he was very cagey about that whole thing.
He's not going to ask because they're...
No, it seemed like he was lying to you, Sam. He couldn't come up with details because he didn't have them.
All subsidized to some degree, from the grimiest of the grimy to Milo Yiannopoulos to guys that are more frontward facing like Tim Pool. They're subsidized to some degree.
You can't be listening to this story and it not like go like, hey, wait, what? Particularly if you do what we do, unless it's like, oh yeah, that's par for the course. That doesn't even stand out in what he's saying. Go ahead.
Anyway, so Laura is when Laura was going to give a talk to the Republican Jewish Palm Beach Coalition, or whatever it is, she drew what she thought was a Star of David on the folder she was holding her speech in, the speech I'd just written for her, except it wasn't a Star of David, it was a pentagram. And I said, Laura, darling, can I have that folder
that's so
back?
relevant.
And she's like, why? I'm on the way out. I got a speech to give. I said, yeah, I know you got a speech to give. I just wrote it. Can I just what? And I said, well, you've written it. She's like, yes, it's a Star. It's Jewish. You want to speak Jewish? I said, well, but it's a pentagram. I said, what do you mean it's a pentagram? I said, well, that's the Satanism thing. That's 5 stars. The Jewish star has 6 stars. And I had to draw on a whiteboard the difference and ask her to copy it, and she couldn't. She couldn't copy the two.
Wow.
Because there's no difference. He couldn't copy it.
She's not the only one who can't tell the difference between the Star of David and a pentagram. Am I right, chat? To witches, it's like either or, I guess.
So this is the first clue. Thank you. This is the first clue I had something was wrong. Anyway, and the second thing that I released was that in addition to her
that's what sank her among Trump.
No, her counterfeit Jewishness. What really sank her among Trump is he hates plastic surgery, and he wondered why she looked so weird. And when I told them it's because she'd had so many procedures, Trump is kind of like a bit repulsed by plastic surgery. That's the real thing that sunk her. But the other thing that I did that made her that expelled her from the circle. To the great applause and thanks of the campaign and his whole family, was that I revealed the real reason she can't own a gun. So Laura Loomis says that she can't own a gun or have an open carry license in California because the FBI is targeting her for being a conservative. But I have a letter from them, which I acquired, which in fact says it's because her own father had her committed in what we in California call a 5150, a forcible psych hold, twice. And that's why she's not allowed to own a gun, because she's mental. And so the headline was, why can't Laura Loomer own a gun? I asked the FBI, and her dad, Jeff. And I got her dad to I flipped her dad.
Somebody just asked, was it snowing in that podcast studio? No, when I hear someone who's got that level of sort of like dry mouth, I suspect something that is a little bit more prescriptive. Anyways, but that's secondary. I mean, it's interesting to hear about, I think like the stuff aside from like all the sort of like gossip and stuff like that.
Yapping. What a dumb fucking... like a lot of times like people will tell me stuff and I don't believe them, but I'm not rude. That's, there's a more annoying, messy bitch. Right? And I know what you're thinking. Definitely going to put on a net right now. Chat, you're so silly.
Election night in America, one of the most consequential elections in recent history.
Donald Trump has won the presidential election in Kentucky.
Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, and Oklahoma. Missouri will go to Donald Trump.
It's clear now that Donald Trump has picked up key support among Hispanic voters, despite all the things that he said.
Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina.
That the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump.
The evening was getting increasingly somber as people realized what this map is looking like.
CNN projects that Donald Trump...
You won't hear from...
Well.
Take the fucking sticker off your cup. No. That's unacceptable.
Well. What have we learned? Nothing, apparently. I regret to inform you, everything I predicted about the election in my last video came true, and more. Men did overwhelmingly turn out for Trump, especially young men. But I was wrong about one thing.
No, they didn't.
Young men weren't the only ones.
It really wasn't anything of an increase. Get fucked, bot. It really wasn't an increase.
Ones who came out in droves for Trump. Nearly everyone did. The madman took everything, every swing state, Pennsylvania, Georgia, my home state, New York, was closer to flipping red than Florida was to flipping blue. Turns out Dick Cheney as Brad wasn't the best message to win over voters. Dems did so bad it really had me thinking, damn, did we steal that election? So what happened here? How did it go so wrong? Is it too late for the Democratic Party, or can...
She only drinks White Monster. Yeah, that's because it's the official drink of millennials.
And they turn this around. Will the Democrats learn from this, or will they double down and get worse? In this video, I'm going to go through all the excuses and the copes the Democrats and the broader left are coming up with to avoid accountability. Read some silly tweets, watch some silly news clips.
Literally, there's nothing to be accountable for. The only incumbent victory is in Mexico.
Even give the Democratic Party some advice on how to win 2028. Don't worry, Republicans watching this. They won't listen. Maybe in 2050, under the barren Trump monarchy, someone might come to their senses, but not anytime soon. If you only watched or read most mainstream liberal news, it really seemed like Kamala had this in the bag, which is why you should try to get your news from a variety of different sources. Oh, that reminds me. Before we dive into this election dissection, let's give a quick shout out to today's sponsor, a sponsor I've been working with.
I'm pretty sure most of the polling continually was saying that it was leaning towards Trump, and it was extremely close. If anything, they were covering with how far Trump was ahead. Like, if anything.
For over 4 years now, Ground News. Ground News is a website and an app that gives readers an easy and transparent. What is their biggest decision, shall we?
There's no point in saying good morning, because it certainly is not one.
From blaming
That's such a hard soundbite.
The American people to blaming Joe Rogan, the Democrats and the media are having a hard time coping with their loss, and I don't blame them. It was a pretty big loss. Embarrassing, quite frankly. Donald Trump overperformed in nearly every state, with basically every demographic, and the entire country seems to be shifting.
It's the map. The entire country has not shifted. I love that it's like nobody can have a fucking original idea.
More red. Everyone was so.
My favorite thing about this map is like there's before California's votes were even counted.
Hard time coping with their loss, and I don't blame them. It was a pretty big loss. Embarrassing, quite frankly. Donald Trump
really
overperformed in nearly every state.
But if, like I said, if anything, they showed correctly that it was closer than they think, but Trump was still way ahead than what media predictions were putting out.
Basically every demographic and the entire country.
Every demographic. Look at how fucking empty one side of this fucking graph is.
Seems to be shifting more red. Everyone was so sure dangerous, devious, dastardly Donald would never make his way back into the White House to steal democracy. And he did it. With democracy. Anyway,
They continually said how important this election is and how scary it is that he could come back.
A lot of comments on my last video from new fags like, wait, you're left-wing and you hate the Democrats? Yeah, man, that's a pretty common thing. If you're shocked that I'm left-wing, maybe that's a sign you need to take a step back and evaluate some of the preconceived stereotypes you have of people. Not all of us are crazy blue-haired socialists, no. Some of us are crazy brown-haired socialists. But for those of you who are new here, hello, I am Shoe on Head. If you ask the right wing, I am Stalin. If you ask the left wing, I am Hitler. Fiscally far left, culturally centrist, socially retarded. But if you really must put me in a box, it's not that hard to pin me down. I'm a populist. Think Huey Long if he was a 5'3" Italian New Yorker woman who still did her hair and makeup like it was 2008. Put a pin in that Huey Long name, by the way. He's gonna come up later. I grew up in the 90s and the 2000s. My political awakening was jibjab.com. The first time I voted for Obama. I was ready for that hope and change. Instead, we got the crushing of Occupy Wall Street and more drone strikes. And from there, it only got worse. I voted for Bernie in the primaries in 2016, and I watched as the Democratic Party did everything in their power to destroy this man twice. So it is safe to say I am a little biased when it comes to the Democratic Party, but I don't think I've hated them more than I do right now. The truth is, my last video was way meaner and way harsher than the final product turned out to be. When I showed the video to my assistant, he basically had an intervention with me and he was like, listen, you need to soften this up a bit. It's a few days before the election. You went too hard. Well, the election is over. And I'm sorry, River, but I'm going hard. You idiots. You morons. You
Here we go.
Imbecile.
Here we go. It turns out Kamala Harris's campaign, where she wouldn't even identify her race, was too gay. Here it comes. Get ready.
Kamala Harris? Really? That's who you threw up there? The one who dropped out before Iowa? The one who got blown the f out by Tulsi Gabbard? Why didn't you hold a primary? Aren't you the f***ing saviors of democracy? Where the f was the democracy? Oh, big congratulations to Tim Walz on being the first white male DEI hire. It didn't f***ing work. The DNC completely neutered that f***ing guy, reduced him to this weird token white man. Hello, fellow men.
Although what a primary would have done nothing. The results would have been largely the same even if there was a primary. There was no way a Democrat was winning. And if they did win, the biggest mistake she made, if anything, was her being like, we're not going to change anything.
Play football. But hey, men weren't the only demographic you completely dropped the ball with. Trump made incredible gains with women, too. Oh, and all those never-Trumpers you tried to court, the people who like the old, respectable GOP. You know, the old, respectable GOP that led us into a pointless war that cost us trillions of dollars and millions of lives. But we're at least nice on Twitter. That GOP. Yeah, they didn't come out and vote for your ass either. So you got Liz Cheney to tag along for what? For f***ing what? You raised $1 billion and ended up $20 million in debt? Where the hell did all that money go? Maybe you should have blown it all on celebrity
She hasn't done the dumbass they were too gay shit yet.
Appearances that did nothing. Or maybe
political boxing. I know. I say that's literally every time. That's all I can think of.
Spending 6 figures on a single-use set for the Call Her Daddy
I say that she stole her look from Boxy
podcast that didn't even hit 1 million views. I want to see a full audit of this campaign, because I wouldn't be surprised if this was all like a big money laundering scheme, because honestly, that makes more sense than this being a
what isn't all politics?
Legitimate presidential campaign. Then, they had the audacity to beg their supporters for money after she lost. How about you? How about every DNC consultant should have this map sewn onto the inside of their eyelids? May they never have a peaceful wink of sleep for the rest of their miserable lives. So that is how I feel about the whole situation. But what do Democrats and the media think? What do they think the Harris campaign did wrong? Why do they think Kamala lost?
I think Harris ran a really good campaign. If there's one person I do not blame for this loss, it is Vice President Harris.
This is gonna be a long fucking video. The media this morning saying Dems need to have a reckoning. No, we don't. We can't be blamed because we expected Americans to be who they always claim they are. Democrats don't have a messaging problem. America has a racism problem. Kamala ran a flawless campaign in 100 days, and I refuse to let y'all gaslight me into believing anything other than that. She lost because she's a woman, and a black one at that.
I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign.
Listen, I'm no political analyst, but losing seems like a pretty big flaw. Truly, don't overthink it. It's because she's a woman, she's a black woman. Don't overthink it. In fact, don't think about it at all.
And Kamala Harris lived up to our dreams. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. She ran a remarkable 107-day emergency campaign full of joy and hope.
Kamala Harris was the perfect candidate, and she ran a beautiful campaign of joy, empathy, and unity. Joy.
Okay, I'm over this. I can only handle so much, and I'm bored.
Hey, did you see the news? The entire Democratic Party is down right now. And that only means one thing to us. It's time to kick them. Although, I don't know, it kind of looks like they're all busy kicking each other. Nancy Pelosi says Biden should have gotten out of race sooner.
Had the president gotten out sooner, there may have been other candidates in the race. The anticipation was that if the president were to step aside, that there would be an open primary.
That's one bitter old woman. I've never seen any positive post or comment about Nancy Pelosi. She seems to be one of the most disliked politicians in the world.
And because the president endorsed Kamala Harris immediately, that really made it almost impossible to have a primary at that time.
The Democrats are eating themselves.
It's worth noting that in the fall of 2022, when typically if there was going to be a primary process and one that would have taken shape,
Pelosi was arguing this publicly.
You think President Biden should run again?
Yes, I do.
There you go. Even CNN is getting some kicks in. That means it's open season. I'm surprised Nancy Pelosi didn't know beforehand who was going to win the election, considering her amazing ability to predict the stock market. When I think of Democrats, I think of young, scrappy dreamers who fight against discrimination. And I'd say their greatest victory has been against the discrimination of geriatrics, because they have this 84-year-old millionaire swinging a gavel around like it's her alcoholic husband's limp dick. And kick her. Yeah, we're kicking them. We're not being nice to them. Holy shit, Trump got reelected, huh? Oh yeah, he won big time. Who could have predicted that? Oh, like just over half the country. Hey, who'd you vote for? We don't vote. Wait, what? Oh, what's this? Oh man, was I supposed to mail this in? All right, welcome to the show. Now, the Democratic Party is a lot more than just old women. There's old men, too. Going to be a period of learning. Schumer acknowledges errors made by Dems during election.
Did you miss us? Yes, no, honest answer, no. Anyway, I want to thank Senator Murray and Reid for joining me.
Wow, this is boring. And skip.
And I'll first address the election. Many across the country, of course, are disappointed, sad, even angry right now. Now, I understand those feelings. It never feels good to come up short. But when you do, you pick yourself up, you dust yourself off, you learn from it.
You guys?
And that's exactly what we intend to do. This is going to be a period of learning for our caucus.
Yeah, whatever. We all know who this guy is. Let's get to the kicks. Schumer still wants to learn at the age of 550 years. Maybe it's time to give it a rest. Democrats in learning would not be used in the same swantons. Now Democrats in errors? Yes. Go home, you crypt keepers. Learn by resigning. Been around way too long. Go retire, old man. Cheese is such a liar. You cheese need to go to jail. What came up short, shit ass? Oh, easy guys. Save some kicks for me. Chuck Schumer, more like cuck boomer, lol. But no, seriously. Why does this guy always look like he just found a nest full of bird eggs to swallow whole, all hunched over?
That's so fucking accurate about Chuck Schumer.
Seriously, why does this guy always look like he just found a nest full of bird eggs to swallow whole, all hunched over with that mashed potato smile? If a chiropractor ever adjusted him, it would sound like the Battle of Gettysburg, which Chuck Schumer was alive for. When this guy talks about a two-state solution, what he really means is he's solved how to make his body both solid and liquid at the same time. I've seen a lot of wild conspiracy theories that Chuck Schumer is an Illuminati space vampire who wants to put us all in breeding camps to harvest adrenochrome from our babies. But I think that's all bullshit, because adrenochrome is supposed to make you young forever, and he looks like he's taking the opposite of that. And kick grandpa. All right, now I know it feels like I'm rushing through this here, but like normally we're just kicking one person at a time. Now I got to kick like 70 million people, or depending on who you ask, 90 million, because 20 million of the votes disappeared. Elon Musk's Starlink stealing votes? An election conspiracy explained.
A new conspiracy theory is making waves on social media, alleging that Elon Musk used his satellite internet company Starlink to rig the 2024 U.S. presidential election.
Listen to how she says Starlink.
Internet company Starlink to rig the 2024 U.S. Elon Musk used his satellite internet company Starlink to rig the 2024 U.S. presidential election.
There needs to be a recount of every single ballot before we are thrown to the wolves. Yes, need to know the truth, how Trump win. That many people hated Trump, and many voted for Kamala. The energy and polls sure didn't match the outcome. We kindly request a recount of the people's votes.
The theory suggests that Starlink, which was developed by Musk's SpaceX to provide high-speed internet worldwide, was somehow connected to voting machines and manipulated vote counts.
It had to be. There's no way he could have won all swing states. Totally agree. They went too far in these hack jobs. Why the hell isn't it getting investigated? Hey, they'd screw with the vote. Starlink notifies each location. Musk said himself that all it would take to rig a machine is one line of code. Recount, and recount ASAP. Starlink voted for Trump. Okay, hang on. What if this is true?
According to the Associated Press, voting machines are generally not connected to the internet. The AP says a few jurisdictions do transmit unofficial election results through private networks, but this only happens after ballots have been counted and memory cards containing vote tallies have been removed from the machines.
Well, fuck it then. Thank you for recommending Sarah Janine Davis on one of your videos. I reached out to her and investing with her has been amazing. Getting Sarah Janine Davis to help me really helped me clear all my debts. I started with what I have left and it's been the best decision I ever made. I've watched YouTube videos regarding Sarah Janine Davis and I have to say that her trades are very amazing. I suppose I will try her. Planning my retirement and a friend suggested I invested in stocks and recommended Sarah Janine Davis. I started with $42,000 7 months down the line and it's the best financial decision I've made all my life. I'll never believe that this outcome was not rigged somehow. To me, the fact that Trump has been fairly quiet about it speaks volumes to his guilt. Recount. All right, well, listen, I'm a guy who likes to kick when someone's down. But I don't like to punch down on people who are kicking themselves, if that makes sense. So that's why I'm going to go into this comment section and try to lift everyone's spirits with a little bit of good and proper internet comment etiquette. I think now is a great time to reflect on how you felt about the other party when they had the same exact reaction 4 years ago. Did you call them crazy? Did you wonder how anyone could possibly believe such nonsense? Well, wonder no more, because you're there now. And that's okay, it happens. Nobody is immune to propaganda. You need to remember that political propaganda is all about making anyone who disagrees with you appear evil. You don't want to talk to evil people, you want to knock them down and kick them. And of course, evil people would steal an election. Why wouldn't they? Meanwhile, your party would never steal an election if given the chance, right? Now listen, if after all that you still believe the 2024 election was stolen, I have the perfect person to advise you on how to storm the Capitol. Her name is Sarah Janine Davis, and she'll help you invest your money in all kinds of offensive measures, from assault rifles to ballistic shields. Stop that steal with Sarah Janine Davis, the #1 insurrection expert. She helped me storm my local PTA meeting after they voted against teaching the Bible and sex ed. I don't even have a kid in that school, but thanks to Sarah Janine Davis, I walked in there looking like the Punisher, and you can bet they listened to me after that. There we go, we got him back up just to kick him. And you know what? I'd be kicking myself right now if I didn't have a new episode of Mama's Twins to show you people. Which I do, so let's roll it. All right, you're watching Mama's Done for me, brother. Early black comfortable fit thanks. Here, brother. That's it for % off during knows that we're kicking the Democratic Party while they're down. Although real quick, I want to take a look at like the ripple effects of such a large concentration of people being down. MSNBC ratings plummet. Chris Wallace quit CNN. Oh, that makes sense. Nobody wants to watch the news just to be reminded how down they are. And play.
So we got a few interesting media shakeout post-election updates for you. Let's put this up on the screen. So apparently MSNBC, which did very well on election night and eclipsed CNN for the first time ever, now they have lost half of their viewers compared to this time last year. She had 54% of their viewers. I believe CNN also completely plummeted.
Wait, hang on. My 9/11 sensors are going off right around this part of the video.
Tell me, psychologically, it just feels...
believe CNN also completely plummeted.
Wait, hang on. My 9/11 sensors are going off right around this part of the video.
Tell me, psychologically, it just feels very different.
Oh,
Last
yeah.
time, it was a shock. Trump was a shock. If you're too young
could not imagine
to
it.
remember, I will never forget. The next morning, came to work. It was the death. It was like 9/11. Like that's, I was too young to remember what it was like to be an adult, but that's what I could imagine.
Yeah, found you.
The last thing, just as mentioned, which is kind of funny, Chris Wallace is apparently leaving CNN. We can put this up on the screen. Wasn't there, what was he there, 4 years?
Yeah.
3 years?
Oh, are they going to start kicking Chris Wallace?
First of all, his show was awful on CNN.
The
It
only
had very
reason
low ratings.
anyone watches almost any of these people is just because it's like it's on in the background.
Yes.
Whoa, god damn.
Your father was famous. I'm sure it hurts not to be as good as your dad. It's okay. You know, you're an old man. You've had enough time to reconcile.
Yo, did Chris Wallace fuck this guy's wife?
Just ride off in the sunset, all right? Leave it to us. We'll continue to fight you.
All right, well, I hope Chris Wallace doesn't watch this video, because he's really going to hate these comments. Chris Wallace was useless. Chris who? I'm sure it hurts not to be as good as your dad is crazy, LOL. Dying to tune into the Chris Wallace pod, cry laugh emojis. People that watch Chris Wallace don't even know how to turn on their computer. Wallace is a joke, no one will stream him. Chris Wallace should join Dan Rather and talk about old times. Bye-bye, Chris Wallace, you're fired. Chris Wallace needs to choose a new career. Chris Wallace was always irrelevant. Let's see those amazing podcast numbers. I love Chris Wallace, by the way. All right, there we go. That last one's for you, Chris. And this one is not. Chris Wallace chugs so much cock, I hear his tombstone's gonna be a glory hole. Maybe talent just skips a generation and Chris has a kid who can do proper investigative journalism. Nope, I just Googled it. His son works for Blackstone. That's not gonna help anybody out. Hey, speaking of not helping anybody out, I'm happy to see liberal media down so I can give it a solid kick. These people profit off of Republican presidencies more than most fracking companies. It's nice to see them getting rejected. And for the record, this YouTube channel is also liberal media, they just have even less viewers. So everyone's getting kicked here. Not me though, I wrote in Bernie Sanders as a protest vote. Yeah, I was protesting Democrats comparing everything to 9/11. It's gotta stop. You know what was like 9/11? 9/11, when the government remote detonated the World Trade Center after hitting it with airplanes full of fake mannequins piloted by CIA-trained Saudi Arabians. Also, it didn't happen. Those buildings are still there and you can see them if you're unvaccinated. If you absolutely had to make a comparison, the Trump win is more like Pearl Harbor because the libs didn't see it coming and it ended with Josh Hartnett getting shot by Japanese soldiers. Hasn't happened yet. And kick them. But nobody can kick the Democratic Party when they're down better than the Republican Party. And I guess this time around they're kicking him by appointing Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. Lefties losing at Donald Trump's top 5 cabinet selections.
And now it's time for a special edition of Lefties Losing It.
Oh man, even the Australians are kicking the Democratic Party while they're down. This is none of your fucking business.
Number 4, we have possibly the selection that has had the biggest reaction, the biggest freak out from the left, and that's Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. Here is some of his finest work.
Why is it that the women with the least likelihood of getting pregnant are the ones most worried about having abortions? Nobody wants to impregnate you if you look like a thumb.
No, I didn't know he did stand up.
Is it safe to say that based off of your comments, you're suggesting that these women at these abortion rallies are ugly and overweight?
Yes.
What do you say to people who think that those comments are offensive?
Be offended.
Oh, yes, we're going to enjoy the next few years. And after what the FBI and Department of Justice did in trying to frame and defame Gaetz personally with nonsense allegations.
Whoa, it's Matt Gaetz, my favorite Minecraft YouTuber. This guy's all about Minecraft YouTubing. He even pays extra for it and drives across state lines to YouTube about Minecraft. He used to share a server with a guy named Joel Greenberg, and let's just say they were playing with creative mode on. That is until Greenberg was sentenced to 11 years in prison for some stuff, leaving Gaetz to go caving on his own. I know a lot of people look down on Minecraft YouTubers, but Matt Gaetz has a great support system, including his brother-in-law, Lucky Palmer, who is more of a Call of Duty guy, developing AI weapon technology for the US military. Maybe someday I can see one of these autonomous murder drones in person when it blows me up for talking about how Matt Gaetz is being blackmailed with the very same pictures and videos of young Minecraft villagers that he was walking around Congress proudly showing off to his colleagues. I just hope the Attorney General can't touch age of consent laws, or else I'm gonna make my daughter go fucking trans and kick a predator. Now, there is an etiquette lesson in all of this that I think is important, and that is when you're kicking someone while they're down, don't overdo it. You gotta kick them just the right amount. That is to say, don't be this guy. Let's Take Pleasure in the Pain of Democrats by Andrew Clavon.
There was an interesting article in the San Francisco Chronicle this week that you might have missed if you were doing something more important than reading the San Francisco Chronicle, like squeezing that pimple between your eyes until blood and pus poured down the front of your face, and you spent the rest of the morning taking pictures of yourself smeared in gore with your tongue sticking out sideways and sending the selfies to all your friends with a message saying, look, I'm in the new sequel.
That's Night of the Living Dead right there. This guy's fucking weird. What is happening right now? He must have just watched that witchcraft movie, and that's what he thought was happening.
The Night of the Living Dead laughter emoji.
Okay, he's one of those creative types, huh?
Now look, I know Democrats are genuinely suffering after Donald Trump particularized their every hope and dream of destroying our freedoms. And I don't like to take pleasure in the emotional pain of others. Unless the emotional pain of others tastes like caramel swirl ice cream melted into a sugary liquid and then poured over the naked body of Ana de Armas.
Yo, where's this going?
So that she and it can be drunk down whole like a shot of tequila in a Tijuana bar, knocked back in a single gulp.
Where is this going?
3 a.m. after being poured over the naked body of Ana de Armas.
Yeah, you already said that.
Tenderly sit your son down in the crinkling folds of his crinoline party gown and gently say, Brenda, my darling boy, I know we'd been planning to celebrate your 8th birthday by cutting off your so you could pretend to be a girl.
All right now he's just kicking made-up people.
Then if Brenda starts to cry, you can just tenderly smack him a good one and say, man up, girly boy, you're in Trump's America now.
All right, well, that's how not to kick people when they're down. That was strange. Your so-called humor doesn't always hit the mark. Listen to more Ricky Gervais. It could be more true or any funnier. I agree. It could be more of both of those things. Let me demonstrate in the comments below. That's not how you kick the Democratic Party while they're down, Andrew, you busted-ass bargain bin Scott Adams. First of all, Democrats know they're pussies who can't handle conflict. It's part of their identity. You can't really zing them on that. It's much better to bring up how their political identity is a facade that erodes with age until the progressive idealism of their youth looks like an island in the distance. If you tell a 20-year-old Bernie bro that by the time his future kids are ready for college, he'll have warmed up to deporting illegals, you're just loading a big fat told you so in the chamber for later. I do believe the youth will always veer to the left, and all it takes is one good kick to see the world as it is. And speaking of veering to the left, what the fuck is going on with your nose, dude? Did it get hit by a car? Andrew, you look like Mike from Breaking Bad got AIDS. I respect your stance on
what
transgender.
Was funny is like I was literally thinking about how strange his nose is.
Issues, by the way. Obviously, you're an expert on gender identity, considering you published a novel in 1983 under the pseudonym Margaret Tracy. I imagine being a female novelist made you feel free, like something deep within you is finally given a voice. I love that for you, bro. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party has no idea who they are and have never found their voice. It changes every few years to coincide with whatever their octogenarian leadership thinks they can use to motivate their depressed, polyamorous, pothead voter base to get off their fat fucking asses and vote. And then after every Democratic victory, those leaders go phew and immediately hibernate until the next election cycle. They don't understand how to convert voters, and conversion is key. Andrew, you should know, considering you're the only Jew on the planet who converted to Christianity. If you were trying to pick the side that's killed more Arabs, you should have waited. But this isn't about picking sides. America is 300 million weather vanes on the same roof, all pointed in different directions. And unfortunately for the Democrats, they were all pointed towards the loser. LOL, see, that's how you get those pussies. Fuck you, Democrats. Watch how quick Chinese-ass Disney makes a right-wing live-action version of Fantasia starring Joe Rogan as Mickey Mouse. That's when you'll know you truly lost. By the way, the only thing Andrew here has lost is his fucking mind with that whole Ana de Armas thing. What the hell were you talking about, man? You gotta cut stuff like that out of the video next time. Unless, of course, you were saying that as Margaret Tracy, in which case I have to respect it, and that was very brave of you. And kick just fucking everybody. All right, well, I've kicked all I can kick, and I can't kick no more. So now it's your turn to get some kicks in before the Democrats get back up in 2 years to stumble around and tell you, no, we don't want to do that, before immediately going back down again. All right, good night. Buy a shirt. Hey, did you hear about Matt Gaetz? Oh, whoa. Hey, look, I've been layering this with metaphor as to not get in trouble. Which Matt Gaetz is in a lot of trouble. You know what I mean? Hey, fuck the 17-year-old. That's what happens. Hey! Big money, sell me a city.
We can watch it muted. I don't trust the music. Just know there's just bees in that head.
today's a very special episode. We're looking at the finest newsmen. We have newsmen, okay? We go to them, we say, what the hell's going on, you know? We look our newsmen in their stupid faces and we say, huh? I don't have time, so I get my news from one source. What the hell is that goddamn guy's name? What is this guy's name? What's the wretched guy's name? Oh, I love this guy, Tim Pool. Let's check out what he's...
Hold on. Gotta check this out real quick. That's a gibbon, it looks like. This is what you're here for, right, chat?
up to is my favorite.
To not attend
your
family.
Wait, what happened? Hold on. That's the very beginning of the video. What happened? Got cut off or something? I expect more. I expect way more in terms of editing from America's sweetheart / newsman than that.
Nobody
should cut off the beginning of the video like that.
To not attend your family holidays because of politics, you're basically treating Trump supporters like Rosa Parks. Okay. Well, there's a big turnaround happening for a lot of these liberal...
Hold on. Who said that? Bill Maher? Hey, a guy who's kind of losing his mind, who has been losing his mind publicly for the past, 10 years? He said something. He said something crazy. Oh, whoa, no way. Whoa.
It's weird.
Wait. Hold on. A guy who's been in Hollywood a little too long said something crazy? Whoa, no way, wow.
We got one example of that on Bill Maher's show last night with Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is developmentally disabled.
Tyson.
I say this in an academic sense. I mean not to disparage
Neil
deGrasse Tyson.
No,
I mean quite literally.
That's scientific. Yeah, the guy has a developmental disability. You're just stating that's a fact. Neil deGrasse Tyson. What the hell is the guy's name? Neil deGrasse, the next generation, has a developmental disability. It's amazing he's gotten this far with those kind of challenges.
I'm having a hard time.
Okay.
The man does not know what he's talking about, nor do I think he has the capabilities to understand basic things.
Because of his disability.
I've had a lot of conversations about science.
Right.
And now that it is obvious that it is not politically expedient to be woke, he is sounding like a moron.
But hey, that guy's got a disability, man.
I can only discern two things. One of two things. The first, that he is developmentally disabled. His
you
brain
called him a
lacks the
moron.
capability.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, this guy's coming on his show calling people with a developmental disability morons? What's next? Are you going to kick people out of their wheelchairs? Jesus, man. What is this show? This is sick.
Toilet.
This show is an absolute...
Toilet.
Okay, what do we got next here from my news anchor? Oh, Bill Maher clip. Okay, hopefully he's not drunk around children this time. Go ahead.
Here's the clip from Bill Maher's show last night.
Chief psychiatric resident at Yale University, Amanda Calhoun, recently told Joy Reid it's okay to cut off family members if they voted for Trump and tell them, I'm not going to be around you this holiday. Oh, how pure. Okay. It's like not letting certain people sit with you on the bus.
Oh, I nailed it with the audience there. I used to watch Bill Maher when I was a child, and the audience was always like, who are these people? The audience is always like, yeah, or whoa, you know. I would like to see the warm up for the audience. They're like, hey, Bill's gonna say some stuff. You gotta be either oh my God, yeah, or you gotta be oh, yeah. I don't know what the hell's going on with the Bill Maher audience, but the audience reaction should have been what? What the hell? Like a collective, you can hear it. Everybody says it in unison. What the hell is the guy talking about? let's leave. Let's leave. We're wasting time. This is a dumb, boring show. You know, like you hear them all say that in unison and then they file out. You know, Bill Maher still gets a lot of views. I think he still gets in the millions of views. Yeah, this does feel a little stupid. This does feel a little stupid to comment on. To do a reaction. Ooh, a reaction video. Yeah! This does seem kind of stupid even to do a reaction video, you know? Because I watched that segment that Bill Maher is commenting on. I watched the full segment just because God help me, because I love wasting my time. But it's basically some lady on, I don't know, MSNBC or some crap. She's like, hey, this is what she's saying. If you don't get along with your family for like political crap or whatever, you don't have to go. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's different than Jim Crow. That's different than Jim Crow racism in Montgomery, Alabama in the 1950s. Bill Maher. The guy who gets 1 million views on YouTube and has been on HBO since I was a child.
Oh my God, stunning commentary here.
Stunning commentary here, and...
It's demented?
I like this, though. The Bill Maher audience is all over the place. They're like, whoa, what the hell? Why are you bringing Rosa? Why are you dragging Rosa into this, Bill? But then check this out.
Think about that. A mental health professional advising people to isolate during the holidays. Okay. Don't forget to drink too much and put on weight.
Classic, man. They're right back on board. They're right back on board. Who is this audience? Whoa, Bill. That doesn't seem like a good comparison. Rosa Parks. Then he does like a joke that you would read in a guide to late night comedy book. And they're like, oh, yeah, Bill.
That's my boy, Bill, right there.
Boom, 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 boom.
I'm having a hard time.
That's what Bill Maher's HBO show
You're
is
watching
called,
a guy
right?
watch a guy
I'm
watch
having a
guy.
hard time.
With Bill Maher?
First of
Okay,
all,
but anyway.
First of all, re-exceptions are based.
My goddamn
Everyone knows
wretched
this.
newsmen better jump in here.
You know, haven't you seen like how like Japanese television is?
Here we go. He's going to correct the record here. Here we go.
Well, to be fair, I'll give Bill this. He has called out woke absurdities for a long time, though he doesn't do enough research. And so I got to dig at him when he had Dennis Prager on, and Prager said they're putting
Tim Pool just said somebody else doesn't do enough research.
tampons in the men's room for trans people, and Bill Maher laughed and said, you're wrong, that's not happening, despite the fact that it had been happening for 3 years.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for correcting the insane thing that Bill Maher said.
How about we entertain some science?
Calm your ass down.
Play this. Actually, should I play the clip from the show first? Do I have I have this right here?
Hey,
Right?
whoa. That's the kind of thing you should prepare before you start recording. Goddamn you to hell again.
This is. I think I have 2 clips actually. Do we have 2?
Yeah, just play
Here we
one.
go. Let me play this clip with.
Just pick one. Goddamn.
Magazine. I remember when it was around when I was
Here we go.
Scientific America.
Never heard of
magazine.
it.
I remember when it was around when I was.
grew up with it, yeah.
Grew up with it.
Yeah.
Nerd.
Okay. Well, their editor had to quit.
Oh.
You saw this.
Yeah, I heard about it because she expressed some opinions. Right.
I think about it every day.
Okay, right, sure, but it sure didn't sound scientific. It didn't sound like the person I would want to be running Scientific American.
Okay.
It was a rant on Twitter.
Are you
Okay, I
subscribed?
can read it to you. It's really ugly. You know, I apologize to younger voters that my Gen X is so full of fucking fascists. Okay,
Whoa.
I'm not.
Okay. I'm not a gasket right
I'm
there.
not for.
All right. Yeah.
I'm not for canceling anybody on either side.
Okay, blah, blah. Get to it,
But here's what I think is the scandal. This is in Scientific American.
Yeah.
Oh, Schmidt.
Less than a year ago.
Hit it.
Inequity between male and female athletes is a result not of inherent biological differences between the sexes, but of biases in how they are treated in sports.
Oh, my God.
That's nuts.
Whoa.
And it sure ain't
What?
scientific.
That's nuts. Oh, did we not hear the same thing? You know the reason they're putting. I mean, that's a good point. You know, period poverty. I wouldn't be surprised, but it's not like I have evidence and study who's taking tampons out of the bathroom.
And it's in Scientific American.
Yep.
That's
And that's why the Democrats lost the election. It's true.
It is.
Whoa.
It's not the only reason.
Okay.
And so Bill's being a bit hyperbolic, but let's see if I can pull this up from the Wall Street Journal.
Okay.
Transgender sports and...
Again, you know, why not take a couple minutes, pull this up before you start recording? Again. Okay, this is kind of just a fun... Ooh! This is kind of just a fun little fact check that we'll do here, you know what I mean? Because the thing about, like, Scientific American, no one's reading that crap. That's kind of...
Yeah, they literally were talking about inequity. And they're saying that women aren't paid less because of their ability, it's because they're women. And Bill Maher's being like, that's crazy. They are worse than the men.
kind of how I see things. It's like, okay, there's two options I have. Like,
which is like, if that's your like standpoint on it, is that they get paid less because they're not as good as the men anyway, you know, and they're paid based on like their ability. If that's your stance, that's fine. But that's still inequity. I don't understand like what his issue is.
I could order from Wingstop or I could read an article. I'm going Wingstop every time. But what I'm about to say should end Bill Maher's career. Bill Maher should retreat from public life after what I'm about to show you here. This is from an actually very interesting article in Scientific American, because Bill Maher's whole thing is like, Scientific American isn't scientific anymore. It's woke. It's woke. Read this article. It's actually pretty interesting. It's called The Theory That Men... What the hell is the goddamn thing called? The theory that men evolved to hunt and women evolved to gather is wrong. Hey, shut the hell up, man. Huh? The influential idea that in the past men were hunters and women were not isn't supported by the available evidence. Now, this goofball Bill Maher, this is more of an example of like how our brains are using the internet, like the shallow stupidity we do on the, I saw something in a tweet. I'm going to make a lot of conclusions now. This article is actually very interesting because what it says is that the available evidence kind of suggests that women were really good hunters because the kind of hunting that we did in our olden times days, I call them, was like, I think it's called persistence hunting, where you just wander around. You wander around like a moron. Ancient humans, I think of them as morons. You just kind of wander around, you follow around, I don't know, a boar, a deer, who cares? You kind of follow them around until they get tired and then you like throw a spear at them or something. And what this Scientific American article is saying is women did that and they were good at it. You know, it's kind of interesting. Who cares? Wingstop? I prefer Wingstop. You know what? What the hell? I'm going to end another guy's career too. Elon Musk. So somebody on Twitter X tweeted this. From Scientific American, inequity between male and female athletes is a result not of inherent biological differences between the sexes, but of biases in how they are treated in sports. This level of biological illiteracy from a magazine purporting itself to be scientific is inexcusable. On that they put the article, Elon Musk says, unscientific American. Whoa, go easy on him, man. Stop hitting him. They're already dead. From the exact same article that I've given you the headline of, that you can go read the whole article yourself right now. It's free, not even paywalled. You don't even have to go into Google, let me type this into some weird website to unpaywall it. No.
I mean, you look at like, there's that whole Komodo dragon hunt. You know, they bite the thing once and then wait.
Totally available to read. Free and easy. Same article. From a biological standpoint, there are undeniable differences between females and males. When we discuss these differences, we are typically referring to means, averages of one group compared to another. Means obscure the vast range of variations in humans. For instance, although males tend to be larger and have bigger hearts and lungs and more muscle mass, there are plenty of females who fall within the typical male range. The inverse is also true. Oh, God. Oh, wow. Okay, here, there's even more in this article if you actually read it, instead of just, the New York Post and Elon Musk, blah, blah, blah. Overall, females are metabolically better suited for endurance activities, whereas males excel at short, powerful burst-type activities. You can think of it as marathoners, in brackets, females, versus power lifters, in brackets, males. Much of this difference seems to be driven by the powers of the hormone estrogen, and then they go into a long thing about estrogen. Yeah, so this goddamn guy goes in front of I don't know how many millions of people, and he's like, this article is a scandal. This article that nobody read. Some people retweeted the headline. This thing that nobody read, this is a scandal. This Scientific American article is why an election went a certain way. And the goddamn article that this guy is referencing says like the exact opposite thing that he's saying it says. What the hell is wrong with these? What the hell's wrong with you? Okay, so blah, 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 everything that I just read obviously conflicts with what these media perverts are saying about this article that they're all sharing. Let's get to the quote that Bill Maher is absolutely infuriated by, and Elon Musk, who's now, in charge of the government or something?
Elon, hi!
Let's get to the quote that they're all pissed off about. Here we go. Inequity, which is different than inequality. Inequity means lack of fairness or justice between male and female athletes is a result not of inherent biological differences between the sexes, but of biases in how they are treated in sports. As an example, some endurance running events allow the use of professional runners called pace setters to help competitors perform their best. Okay, we're getting kind of like into the details here. But what I just read you comes after a long bunch of writing about how the study and training and supplementation of women is like basically not as good, not as high quality as for male athletes. So what this article is actually saying that these idiots are running with is people with certain types of bodies are better suited to certain types of sports, but they're not reaching their peak because of inequity in the training, study, and supplementation. That's it. You might actually learn something if you do what nobody does and read the article. It takes like 13 minutes. You know how I know that? Because it says on the top, 13-minute read. You know what's also like so stupid about this is that this actually is kind of interesting, this article. It's basically saying like, yeah, based on like, based on these fossil records or whatever the hell they use, who knows, who cares? A certain body type and estrogen and all this stuff, it kind of evolved for this kind of long distance hunting that they used to do. And this is the evidence we have that a lot of these ancient people were doing this kind of hunting, and this kind of biology helped. That's kind of interesting. I'm more interested in Wingstop than this, but still kind of interesting. But that really is a great example of like the shallows of the internet. Oh, this kind of supports some stupid thing I want to say.
Context is always important, right? Understanding the facts and the details.
Yeah, read the article. Hey,
there you go.
Whoa. Yeah, read the article you're talking about.
Bill, every 20 minutes on your platform, you come up with another reason why the Democrats lost.
Hey, shut up,
You already have the answer. They lost the election. So anything you say is why they did it.
First of all, hey, shut up. You focus on space, man. Neil deGrasse Tyson, he looks up at space. He looks at all that crap up there and he goes,
"It's demented?"
That's what he thinks about it. It's sick.
And why the Democrats lost. You already have the answer.
Stop,
they lost the election. So anything you say is why they did it.
First of all, you don't watch this show, so you don't know.
Whoa!
No, you don't, and it's okay. But you talk as if you do, and you fucking don't.
Oh, give him a break.
Just don't bullshit me. That's the one thing people can't ever do on this show is...
You're kind of bullshitting because you never read that article, right? Whatever.
Engage with the idea here. What I'm asking is, Scientific American is saying, basically, that the reason why an WNBA team can't beat the Lakers...
Hey, Bill, what the hell did you just say? WNBTA? What the hell? Bill Maher's drinking again on set, and there's no children around. Bill Maher's drinking again on set, and there's not even any children around. What the hell? Come on, man.
Scientific American is saying, basically, that the reason why an WNBA team can't beat the Lakers is because of societal bias.
What you're saying is not Scientific American says that. An editor for Scientific American says that, who no longer has the job.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, too. He didn't read the article either. God damn it. We're just in a hall of mirrors of nobody's willing to read a 13-minute article. Unbelievable. Goddamn them to hell.
Oh, no. First of all, Bill Maher never said this was the same person. Maybe it was. Secondly, you do not get to have an editor at Scientific American approve these things without people at the magazine knowing and publishing it.
Exactly. So don't indict a 170-year-old magazine because somebody...
Okay, this is Scientific American, and they're printing something
because someone enters the...
I'm so pissed off about what they're writing. Now, I'm not going to read the crap, but I'm pissed off about it. That's for sure. Anyway... I gotta get the hell out of here.
So
why can't you
let's
just
talk about science?
Why can't you just say this is not scientific and Scientific American should do better?
Say it, Neil.
Because he is a grifting scumbag.
Whoa! That's Neil. Hey, that's Neil, man. Hey, that's Neil. All he wants to do is look up at the stars and go like this. Neil deGrasse Tyson looks up at the night sky and he says, "That's creepy." He's just grossed out by it. Okay, what else we got here? Oh, this is a thing people talk a lot about, healthcare. Don't worry about it anymore because my pendejo, he figured it out. It's done. He figured it out. Check it out.
What are my opinions? I don't know. I think we should have universal basic health care. What does that mean? Yeah, look, someone breaks a bone or gets the flu, we'll give you Tamiflu, we'll set the bone. That's easy stuff. But if you got a deep cancer, like some serious stuff that medical technology can't deal with, nah, sorry. So I think there's got to be a...
That's it? Okay. That's a pretty good plan. That is a good plan. Healthcare for all, except those who need it the most, I guess. That's pretty good. I'd like to see a policy paper on that, you know? Here's my healthcare plan. You know, we got research from all around the world, countries who have kind of figured out healthcare. But I got a better idea. You break a bone, you get a flu, we'll cover that. Anything else? Yeah, no. I'm calling it Medicare for... Huh? My plan is called Medicare for... Nobody.
From Fox Business, lifelong Jaguar customer troubled by baffling woke...
That I'm most worried about.
Dejo.
That I'm most
From Fox Business.
My plan is called Medicare for nobody.
Our customer.
Oh, my connection dropped for a second. That's what was wrong.
Troubled by baffling woke rebrand going in a very sad direction.
Oh my God. A lifelong Jaguar owner is pissed off. Oh, that's the guy that I'm most worried about in the world. That's the pendejo that I'm most worried about. I've owned Jaguars my whole life. Wait, where are you going?
What I really love about this commercial, if you guys haven't seen it, is that it's, I don't know if it's so much as woke as it tries to be like futurist, postmodernist art style and just not Jaguar. So they've got a bunch of different people wearing weird clothes with weird makeup and I guess no eyebrows. Some have eyebrows. And this image
Fox. This is Fox Business.
Eyebrows are overrated.
Okay, this is just a fun kind of goofy one here, but I saw like a couple videos about this came up on the feed or whatever. It's a dumb Jaguar commercial. I'm not buying one of those pieces of crap. I don't have time to take that stupid thing in to get fixed all the time. But this really is, it does seem like somebody dropped a pellet into a tank and all these content creators, I could make a video about that and pretend to be pissed off because it's like a fashion thing for a Jaguar commercial. But I love this little Tim Pool video about it because I love watching a guy who's audience captured, you know, just trying to figure out what he's got to say to you guys. Jaguar commercial? I'm pissed off about the Jaguar commercial? I don't know. Is that good?
Okay, so let me break it down.
Go ahead.
The Jaguar commercial was weird, cringe, and probably produced before the election.
Praise God.
Now they probably regret it, but they launched it anyway. Okay. Everyone is singing the praises of this Volvo video.
Praise God.
This guy, Julian Huynh, says Volvo posted a 3-minute 46-second
My internet wants to end its life.
every single rule you can think of about as a social lead, length, format, overproduced.
All right,
every comment.
You don't even know what the hell you're reading. Okay, yeah, I would urge everybody, please go watch this video because it is very funny. Jaguar gets roasted for weird, creepy ad, while Volvo praised for pro-family commercial.
And the reason why I think it's so powerful is you take a look at what Jaguar is doing with this weird, creepy, futuristic art garbage.
It's sick.
You look at these companies that are telling people that families are bad or that you should be guilty for having kids. And Volvo's like, let's do a commercial that's a short film.
What if Jaguar is actually launching like an offshoot company like Glock Horsecom?
Celebrating having a family and showing you that our vehicles are safe as the twist. And it's like, that's what commercials should be.
Yeah, this video right here is like a a piece of postmodern art or something. Because he's looking at two advertisements. And he's like, that one's pro-family. The other one's anti. The Jaguar ad is stupid. All ads are stupid. What am I talking about? They're all stupid. The best ads are ones that just lean into their stupidity. Like the moon face from McDonald's. It is stupid. Our food's stupid and this is stupid. Okay. Yeah, it all aligns. I'll go eat that garbage. That's a great ad. BMW did an ad campaign in the early 2000s where they hired Clive Owen to be like a getaway driver in BMWs. And they made these little short action films where they're smashing up BMWs. Stupid. That's what it is. Hey, you want to get a BMW because you think you're going to do like a getaway driver thing, you moron. Here you go. Great. That's what ads are supposed to be. Just lean into the stupidity of what you're doing. You know, whatever. This is totally unrelated. It's a total diversion. But there is one ad in my lifetime of watching ads, which are all stupid. There is one ad that gets me. There is one ad that I can't even think about. I can't even think about it. I don't even want to talk about it. Because I turn into a little whiny baby, turn into a little cry baby when I think about it.
It's the anti-weed ad where the girl's flat. Or the one where the dog is like, you bum me out.
Rick Coleman Duracell ad. And I'm not even going to talk about it. Go watch it. That's the one. But ads are stupid. They're moronic. They're trying to get you to buy.
What ad?
Eric Coleman Duracell.
How do you even spell Duracell? Is it with an A?
They told me it couldn't be done, that I was a lost cause. I was picked on and picked last. Coaches didn't know how to talk to me. They gave up on me. Told me I should just quit.
Don't move until I move. Don't move until I move.
And the last pick is...
They didn't call my name. Told me it was over. But I've been deaf since I was 3. So I didn't listen. And now I'm here with a lot of fans in the NFL cheering me on. And I can hear them all.
Is R.M. Brown saying that he thinks it's funny because deaf people talk like that? What's he implying here? Seems pretty controversial to me. Okay, just cleaning up some tabs real quick. Because remember, don't tell anybody we did this, okay? This is our secret, chat. Don't tell anyone what we did here today and what we're about to do. Oh, yeah, that's right. My mom. Come back here, fish. Oh, man. This is really making me feel like a seal now. These motherfuckers fast as shit. Got him. Ambush! That motherfucker hitting some rocks to get away from me. What's this guy got to say? I'm Bubble. Curious why Bubble floats? If so, use your imagination. Oh, because you're floating on the ground? Hey! Look at me using my imagination. Fish. We got the fish. Hey. Kid. What is the nature of the universe? It's all just fish. Always has been. Why do you have a cookie on your head? It's now a Santa Claus hat. Excuse you. It's because I'm a great seal. That's why I have it. Come here, fish. I'm gonna get you. Aha. You're cold. Hey, you better run. Damn. Fuck you. Get in my mouth. I tried putting my balls on his face. This fish over here lazy as fuck. Got him. They never expect you learning their paths. He'll be back. Imagine swimming right into the predator's mouth. Where the fuck that There he is. Okay. You think we got all the fish? Wait. Hell yeah. Oh! I just got one of 6 pebbles. Oh no, John! Screens reminds me of that Mario game for some reason. No, this is an original game. There are many like it. I mean, there's nothing like it. I know, I am a master. I'm already dead, please stop. Oh. Poor guy. They like me back! Remember last time we played Seal World? I professed my love to them. Okay. Sounds good. What's up? Okay, I'm gonna try to turn all these buttons green. I press the green one. Wait. Where's Uwu? Bubble! Fish? Fish? Hi, Bubble. Bubble's not yellow. This game is an allegory for apartheid. No, it's not. Okay. Word found. Word life. Ooh, come back. I love you. Fish. Fish. Bubbles. Hey, Bubbles. Motherfucker. This is why I hate platformers. Ah. It's leaves. I will. Oh. This is their special room. Hello. Oh, I'm so excited. Reading Dating for Dummies. Thank you. Are you in the fuck factory right now? Trying. What an original compliment. Fish? Find something in common. Fish. Oh my god. Fish? Very autism coded. I think this entire game is autism coded. Well, I should get into a better outfit for my wedding. Oh, it's a snow globe. Okay. I was like, globe? That looks like a tree. The narratives really come at you. Come here. Haha. Got you. What's up? You motherfucker. Hey, what's this? Okay, I guess we can't push it in the hole. Probably because we need it to step up. Oops. Fucking seal. You goddamn motherfucking seal. You fucking seal. I fucking hate platformers so much, bro. Like, do I jump from here? How do I even line this up? Ah! Hi, Kiki. Okay. Is that a threat? What? Alright, one more. What's up? I'm gonna enter the door and the leader's gonna be right in front of me. Just wait. Any fish? Big Peb. That's right. No, you. Epic. Okay, I'll go left. It was not the right way. You lied to me. You lied to me. Okay. You lied again. You lied to me again. Alright, there's a sign pointing right. Okay. Fish. Okay. Oh my goodness. Did I? If I did, I didn't mean to. Look at this guy. I got... No way. Out of bounds. Oh, tea ceremony. You hear him slapping himself? Water flower. Yeah. I'm a genius. What's up? You little chunk. No! I am! I also don't want to be just like you when I grow up. Fuck. I'm so bad at platformers, dude. Even one that's a baby platformer, I still can't do. See? I hate you. I hate you, Seal Game. Bro, this game's so hard. Let's see you try it, smart guy. This is a trap. It has to be, right? I want to see anyone who's made that jump. I bet you haven't. Okay. That's a trap. I'm convinced. You can't get it. They're just fucking with you. Fuck you. CEO by city. CEO run, but the whole city. I need at least 300. How much do I have now? Oh, I'm almost there. Come on. Goddamn seal. I can seal stack. They don't care about my stack. No, you get back up there. You son of a bitch. Come on. Ugh. Okay. It's not for world domination. Maybe I should do a video essay on the seal game. Little feet. Santa. I wish they would react to my different hats. That would be more immersive. Aww. Kiki! Of course I remember you. Yes. You studying, little guy? You okay? Poor thing. Hey. Hey, Brad, this is unacceptable. Stop crying! True. Slouchy. Fuck! You think anyone else is streaming this epic game? I doubt it. Ah! I trap. I like the music in that house. Is this just a house? Okay. It doesn't have sentience. Did I talk to you? Have I been in here? Yes. Hey. A fish. How am I even supposed to get that fish? Haha! Hey! Don't honk at me. Oh, it's Ron. NT means no fishy and tummy, so no thanks. What do you got? I want some. No, I want it. Did I go in here? Ah. Looks. Ouch. Anti-Semitic snowman. Well, CEO Ron has been around since last time we played. And he keeps forever locked. Ron, can you open the door? Oh my god. What is this place? Oh, it's what's his name? The guard. Okay, I thought it was someone else. Look, it saves the guy who you were. Isn't that nice? Wait, that wasn't Diablo? No, that was just a mini game. Inside Diablo, duh. Alright. Off stream, I met Anarius to try and get his blessing to cross the Black Lake, and he was all like, nah, I'm Anarius, I'm a douchebag, and then I left. Side quest? Uh-oh. Oh. Hang on. I'm pressing E because that was the interact for seal. Ah, wrong button. The best part about this is that you can move with the keys and with the click, which is what I was saying, like, League of Legends would be so much more playable if you could move with the arrow keys. Damn it. I'm still pressing E to interact, though.
He never once had the courage to face me. Father lied. Father lied. Father.
no screen, fucker. Stop it. I never want to open that screen. I'm trying to press 3 or 4, never E. Do I got the key now? Go this way. One thing about controllers, my fingers are never in the wrong place. Keyboard, always. It's like impossible to have your fingers in the right place. Oh my god. I can never hit the right fucking buttons, bro. Stop. You think that did something? Now is this door open? Why did turning cranks have to do with me being able to break a chain off? I assume I missed the politics. You missed a lot. Oh man, you don't even know how to defend against witches. Just throw water on witches. No, these are child witches. You have to burn them. The child that you accuse of witchcraft. Wrong button. Forever cursed to press wrong button. Legendary pants. Earthen work. Okay, well they have better stats, so. Ooh, two-handed polearm. I have a legendary hammer right now. I don't know, it seems like this side quest might have been worth it. These witches have huge dicks. Yeah, true. The witch dick was probably the best part. So if you let them drive the car, their engine will knock. That's another thing you gotta know about witches. So if your car's engine is knocking, witch. I know a lot of people didn't like the third one, but like I still play Diablo 3, and like this is so much like, I guess that's where you want to aim, is the gap between League of Legends, because Path of Exile. Like, Path of Exile's a very complicated game I don't even have a base understanding of, and I don't ever think I will. But I don't know. It feels a lot like Path of Exile, except not stupid. You just gotta slap your thigh 3 times. Boom. Lady hog. That's all it takes. So if you see people slapping their hips walking around, better watch out. That's a witch. Don't honk at me, sir. There you are. Suck my dick. Big miss. Crowd teleported into the cycle spell. What a moron. Oh, a dagger that I'm gonna use. Epic. I love these manuals. These are great. You just increase your fucking attack or your spells. It's like epic. Ooh, movement speed. We love movement speed. Oh, that was a cursed chest. Okay. Makes sense to me. Okay. Oh, there's a bunch of enemies I missed. This is another feature they need in more games. You can just click the front of the dungeon and teleport out. Skyrim was cool because they always put an exit at the end instead of having to walk back.
Do not feed that foolish dog. She was meant to be a hunter.
You want an audience with our chieftain? Earn it. Slay our enemies. Hunt the Khazra of the Ice Clan who stalk this mountain. Break their bodies and bring their shattered bones back as tribute. Then, maybe the chieftain will acknowledge you.
How do I feed the dog? Can I pet that dog?
We display these trophies to honor the ancients and guide their wisdom to us. The skulls remind me that death is always close at hand, theirs or your own. There is one skull I'm saving a place for. That of a goatman we've named Caller the Collector. It hunts north of here, openly feasting on our fallen. Caller has challenged us. Were you to bring me its damned ugly head, you would gain great favor with the tribe.
Sounds good.
Our purpose remains clear, but our spirits are low. Baltok, the chieftain's champion, was recently slain. Now the Khazra are
Oh
in
no, not
possession of his
Baltok.
weapon, the fabled Grizzly's Maul.
Oh,
It is
I actually
difficult
want
to
that.
ask
That
this
sounds
of
good.
an outsider. Please, reclaim the hammer from those foul beasts.
I can do that.
Leaving it in their hands is an affront to our fallen champion.
I don't
He
care.
was last seen being dragged into a cavern in Malnok.
Okay. How do I remove unfavorite? Grizzly small. Oops.
An outsider. I could use your help. A dying knight mistook me for his confessor. He spoke of sacrilegious things. He said his party of knights found a secret to life eternal. A red chalice. Said the bishop leading them ordered them to drink of it. Deep. He confessed they shelter now in a place he called the Sanguine Chapel. The chalice must be retrieved, and I must leave. Find me at the Bear Tribe camp when you have it.
I still can't believe the strap on that witch.
Blessed are those who bask in the light. Let our faith be our armor against the encroaching darkness. Ah, you've returned. Come, let us speak inside, out of the cold. Yet you stand before me unscathed. I know his ways. That is approval enough for me. In the name of the light, I bless you. May the light flow through you and keep you from corruption and sin. Our victory is prophesied in the heavens.
Is that it? I came all the way out here just to have you do nothing. All right.
The wind's grown too cutting. Even for these, what unholy energies are flowing into this creature? I must end the ritual.
Am I full? Isn't there someone? I think there's someone that can like pull things. You. Can I pull things out? No?
Fare thee well.
I thought there was some way to like... You know what, I'll just throw it in my stash when I figure out how to do it later. No.
I carry the best shards of the heavens.
Need something forged? Let's go salvage.
Now the wolf's always ahead of me. My doggos totally ate that fool. Imagine being called Bone Warrior and wanting people to take you seriously. Ouchies. Watch out, spear checkers. Bro, you are so fucked once I open this last thing.
Khazra's storm is ended.
Let's go. Oh boy, are you in trouble. Amulet. Look at all the potions. I don't even know what shadow resistance is. Cool. Oh, cool. That's cool. They're like rebuilding now. I love when that shit happens in games. Is this not the way to go? Oh, I just couldn't see, I guess. I'm sure this hammer will be worth it. Fucking hate goat men so much, bro. They're just such a pain in the ass in the third game. The Impalers. Fucking one-shot you so easily.
Let's preserve it. Come back if you need work.
I'm fucking better.
Oh no, what have I done? I accidentally clicked Anna. Well. Trap. Not biofiends. cursed well.
We got separated. My friends were cut down. I won't last on my own. I can't take anymore. Thank you, Oliver. Without you, I'd be dead. I think I can manage from here.
What? I can't use the Grizzly Maw. Movement speed. Maybe if I hand it back to him, he'll be like, here you go, you can have it.
You have done much to honor the Bear Tribe. As is tradition,
Bear.
pass to a new warrior. For your role in cleansing Malnak of the Khazra filth, I offer you this weapon of our people. May it serve you well.
were strangers in the camp.
It is locked. It is locked. It is locked.
I'll explain on the way.
Motherfucking bots, though. Fuck off. Your kind ain't welcome here. Droids. What was that noise? Black Lake, right? Yeah. Seen it. Been here before.
Rothma's description of the ritual was difficult to understand, and the notes weren't much better. I think I know how to talk with my mother again. breeze coming from the Black Lake.
Be quiet, chinchillas. Oh boy, here we go.
Mother, please, can you hear me?
My little magpie, it's you.
I can save you from this, Mother. I promise. I can learn how to...
Nere, stop. I can't be saved from my own mistakes. This body is only a husk. My spirit must pass on. And you must let me go.
Mother, no. I need you.
You
She's
need
dead,
to
kid.
move on, Magpie, without me. But I can help you one last time before I go. You have the divine blessing. Your blood is the necessary key.
So I didn't even need to go see Anarius.
Nere, you were so loved.
Awkward.
Nerel.
The way is open. We have to go. But... do you think Lilith is even still here? It's been so long. I'm afraid she's won this one. Besides, I have to... take care of my mother. But it's not over yet. Not for you. Lilith was after Rothma. Find him. Learn why. I'll be back at the vault. All right?
I feel a cold wind flowing through my bones.
You are the last visitor to my sanctum. Though you come too late, just as Lilith did before you.
Oh, Rothma.
For it was my father, Inarius, who arrived here first. It unfolded as my visions foretold. How we hurtle towards the prophecy's end.
Okay, whatever you say, pal. The fuck? What? Little green ghouls.
It started in dreams. I saw shattered images of the end of Sanctuary. The scales of a great
serpent carried these visions.
Yep, of course, a serpent. It's always a serpent.
My and the serpent's thoughts met, and the fragmented future was mended together. I put it down in order, and the prophecy was born.
I need to destroy the tumors to go any further.
The tumor of hatred. I hate you, tumor.
Prophecy became my burden. There were others that knew. Ones that couldn't understand the nature of such a thing. I knew Inarius would be driven to interfere, believing that it was about him. He saw himself as a savior, piercing hatred's heart in hell.
Like a sin heart that Asmodean had. I hate you, tumors.
was only a matter of time before Inarius would discover what I'd done and come demanding the key.
way of the Savior. The holy blood in your veins should be boiling.
Nothing you do will change the future I saw.
I create my own destiny. And this prophecy of yours is just a small part of it. It is wider, beyond comprehension of ungrateful spawns like yourself.
That it? Okay.
All you must understand is once I am victorious in hell, the high heavens will welcome me home, where I belong.
I wish it would be true, Father.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
Outsider! Beyond this chamber, there's nothing but death and mourning. How fitting it shall be your grave.
Who the fuck are you? Fucking emote screen, bro. Sword?
Vigo, who did this?
I have done all that was asked. The pain is gone now. This was a just punishment. A stronger man would have refused Venard's bribe. Nerel. Nerel,
Is she safe?
Yes, she's safe.
Our meeting is no coincidence. I came here to help. Will you give this to her for me? I should never have taken it. It's so dark. I have repented. Do you think I was too late?
No, not too late. The light has come to carry you home. Do you not see it, friend?
Yes. Yes. I see it now. They have come.
Hell yeah.
You didn't need that armor to prove your worth, friend.
Give me the key to hell. I will not ask again.
You don't need to. I saw a vision of the key lifted from my corpse, under the watchful eyes of the great serpent in my sanctum. If you are chosen as you say, it will come to pass.
It's too quiet. Where is she?
Gone, probably.
Is that him? Is that Rathma?
I don't know if you would have chosen to stand beside me in this new world, Rathma. But I would have saved your place, just the same. And now, all that you might have been has been stolen from me. Stolen. This key unlocks more than the doors of hell. It unlocks our path to the future. A future made possible because of the price you paid. Your sacrifice will not have been in vain.
Can she fly now? A lot of dead guys. Goddamn, bro. Be louder, why don't you? What? She's not even here? Oh my goodness. I could have teleported that whole time.
Come back and see us.
Need something forged?
Okay. What is this? Cosmetic swashbuckling? It's so funny. Like, everywhere you go, it's like...
Salutations, Wanderer. Come and don the mantle of history's champion. Let us consider the cards once more.
They have, like, all this fucking... premium shit. And it's always in your face. And it just makes me like Path of Exile even more. Anyway, I'm gonna let out my